and home did trot, as fast as he could caper.
Up.
Classics Illustrated Junior, read by George Pitropogiannakis. Jack and Jill. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after.
Then up Jack got, and home did trot, as fast as he could caper.
Up got Jack and home did trot, as fast as he could caper.
They put him to bed and plastered his head with vinegar and brown paper.
He went to bed and bound his head with vinegar and brown paper.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after.
Then up Jack got, and home did trot, as fast as he could caper.
Up got Jack and home did trot, as fast as he could caper.
They put him to bed and plastered his head with vinegar and brown paper.
He went to bed and bound his head with vinegar and brown paper.
Classics Illustrated Junior, read by George Pitropogiannakis. The rough and tumble antics of young giant pandas make them the most amusing of all animals to watch. They look like living toys. The black and white clown of the animal world, the giant panda, is a favorite with children. He makes his home in a small mountainous region of western China. Giant pandas were first discovered in 1869, however. It wasn't until 68 years later, in 1937, that one was taken alive. Nearly everyone thinks that the giant panda is a relation of the bear, but he isn't. He is a cousin of the raccoon. In their home in China, the giant pandas will eat only tender bamboo shoots and leaves. In captivity, they have learned to like large portions of corn meal mush. Classics Illustrated Junior. Read by George Pitropogiannakis. Sing a Song of Sixpence. Sing a song of sixpence. A pocketful of rye. 24 blackbirds baked in a pie.
Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye. 24 blackbirds baked in a pie.
When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Classics Illustrated Junior. Read by George Pitropogiannakis. In the cold northlands, called the Arctic regions, lives the huge polar bear. In the winter, the female bear buries herself in the snow. Then she goes to sleep until spring. Meanwhile, her husband is out getting food. He lives mostly on seals, walruses and whale meat. When spring comes, Mrs. Bear comes out of the snowdrift, where she has been sleeping. With her is usually a new cub. Polar bears can swim and travel over smooth ice, where nothing else can go. This is because their great feet are covered with hairs to keep them from slipping. Classics Illustrated Junior. Read by George Pitropogiannakis. Jack and Jill. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after.
Then up Jack got, and home did trot, as fast as he could caper.
Up got Jack and home did trot, as fast as he could caper.
They put him to bed and plastered his head with vinegar and brown paper.
He went to bed and bound his head with vinegar and brown paper.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after.
Then up Jack got, and home did trot, as fast as he could caper.
Up got Jack and home did trot, as fast as he could caper.
They put him to bed and plastered his head with vinegar and brown paper.
He went to bed and bound his head with vinegar and brown paper.
Classics Illustrated Junior, read by George Pitropogiannakis. The rough and tumble antics of young giant pandas make them the most amusing of all animals to watch. They look like living toys. The black and white clown of the animal world, the giant panda, is a favorite with children. He makes his home in a small mountainous region of western China. Giant pandas were first discovered in 1869, however. It wasn't until 68 years later, in 1937, that one was taken alive. Nearly everyone thinks that the giant panda is a relation of the bear, but he isn't. He is a cousin of the raccoon. In their home in China, the giant pandas will eat only tender bamboo shoots and leaves. In captivity, they have learned to like large portions of corn meal mush. Classics Illustrated Junior, read by George Pitropogiannakis. Sing a Song of Sixpence. Sing a song of sixpence, a pocketful of rye. 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie.
Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye. 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie.
When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Wasn't that a dainty dish to set before the king?
When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Wasn't that a dainty dish to set before the king?
The king was in the counting house, counting out his money. The queen was in the parlour, eating bread and honey.
The king was in the counting house, counting out his money. The queen was in the parlour, eating bread and honey.
The maid was in the garden, hanging out the clothes, when down came a blackbird and snipped off her nose.
The maid was in the garden, hanging up the clothes, when down came a blackbird and pecked off her nose.
Sing a song of sixpence, a pocketful of rye. 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie.
Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye. 4 and 20 blackbirds
When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Wasn't that a dainty dish to set before the king?
When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Wasn't that a dainty dish to set before the king?
The king was in the counting house, counting out his money. The queen was in the parlour, eating bread and honey.
The king was in the counting house, counting out his money. The queen was in the parlour, eating bread and honey.
The maid was in the garden, hanging out the clothes, when down came a blackbird and snipped off her nose.
The maid was in the garden, hanging up the clothes, when down came a blackbird and pecked off her nose.
Classics Illustrated Junior, read by George Pitropogiannakis. We can tell the African elephant from his Indian cousin by his huge ears. He is a bad-tempered fellow and is rarely ever trained. The Indian elephant is a friend of man. He is often used as a beast of burden. His wonderful trunk can pick up a heavy log or a tiny needle. In the jungles of Africa and India, we find the largest and strongest land animal in the world. He is the elephant. Full grown, he often reaches the weight of 5 tons, 10,000 pounds. Elephants are to be found in almost every circus in the world. In spite of their huge size, they can easily be taught to do many tricks. Children love to watch them. Elephants were hunted for their huge ivory tusks, which grow as long as 11 feet and weigh over 200 pounds. So many were killed that now they are under government protection. Classics Illustrated Junior, read by George Pitropogiannakis.
There are 2 kinds of camels. They are the Arabian camel, which has 1 hump, and the Bactrian camel, which has 2 humps. The humps of the camel are filled with cells like a honeycomb. They store the food and water he eats and drinks until he needs them. After a long journey, his humps almost disappear until he fills them again with food and water. The camel is called the sheep of the desert. It is the only animal that can carry man over places where water cannot be found. Camels are perfectly suited to the desert. In a sandstorm, they can even close their nostrils to keep from suffocating. So useful are camels that they are even used by soldiers who fight in the desert. With their long, ungainly legs, camels can move very rapidly.
Classics Illustrated Junior. Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Simple Simon. Simple Simon met a pieman going to the fair.
Simple Simon met a pieman going to the fair.
Says Simple Simon to the pieman, "Let me taste your ware."
Said Simple Simon to the pieman, "Let me taste your ware."
Says the pierman to Simple Simon, "Show me first your penny."
Said the pieman unto Simon, "Show me first your penny."
Says Simple Simon to the pieman, "Indeed I have not any."
Said Simple Simon to the pieman, "Indeed I have not any."
He went to catch a dicky bird and thought he could not fail, because he got a little salt to put upon his tail. He went to take a bird's nest. 'Twas built upon a bough. A branch gave way, and Simon fell into a dirty slough. Simple Simon went a-fishing for to catch a whale.
Simple Simon went a fishing for to catch a whale.
All the water he had got was in his mother's pail.
But all the water he had got was in his mother's pail.
He went to ride a spotted cow that had a little calf. She threw him down upon the ground, which made the people laugh. Simple Simon went to look if plums grew on a thistle.
Simple Simon went to look if plums grew on a thistle.
He pricked his fingers very much, which made poor Simon whistle.
He pricked his fingers very much, which made poor Simon whistle.
He went for water in a sieve, but soon it all ran through.
He went for water in a sieve, but soon it all fell through.
And now poor Simple Simon bids you all adieu.
And now poor Simple Simon bids you all adieu.
Classics Illustrated Junior. Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Real Princess by Hans Christian Andersen. There was once a young prince who wanted very much to marry. But he didn't want to marry just anybody. So he set out on a long journey to find the right girl.
I shall search the four corners of the earth until I find her.
Be sure to keep warm, son. Don't get your feet wet, and be very careful what you eat.
She must be a real princess. But how will I know if she is a real princess?
First, he traveled north to the land of snow and ice.
I am the Princess Sky High.
You're very pretty, but I do not feel you are a real princess.
Then he went south to the land of the sun.
I am the princess, little one.
You're cute as a kitten, but I don't think you're a real princess.
Then to the land of the east, where the day begins.
Do you like me? I am the Princess Roly-Poly.
I like you very much, but I'm sure you are not a real princess.
And last, the prince journeyed to the faraway land of the west.
They call me Princess Sharp Nose, and I don't want to marry you or anyone else.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that. I'm certain you are not a real princess.
Sadly, the young prince returned to his home without a real princess to marry. That night, the royal family felt very, very sad and lonesome.
I wish the rain would stop. No one will come to see us on a night like this.
Just a minute. I hear someone knocking. Hurry, let's see who is there.
Oh, I hope it's Count Lovefun. He always makes me laugh.
But the visitor at the gate was only a very wet young lady.
Please, may I come in?
Of course. Come in out of the rain. Who are you?
I am a princess.
Not a real princess?
Certainly, a real princess.
She doesn't look exactly like one now,
But nothing. How can this poor, wet girl be a real princess?
Indeed, we shall see if she is telling the truth. Come with me. You shall sleep here tonight.
While the princess went to change her wet clothes, the queen and her maid prepared a bed for her.
First, we'll put a single pea at the bottom. Then 20 mattresses on top of it. And 20 quilts on top of them.
The little princess was speechless with surprise when she saw where she was going to sleep that night.
I hope you sleep well, my dear.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Hours passed, but the poor princess didn't sleep a wink.
Oh dear, oh dear.
At midnight, she was still awake.
I shall be black and blue all over.
At dawn,
I've never been so uncomfortable in my whole life.
later that morning,
You don't look very rested, my dear.
I didn't sleep a wink. There was something hard in my bed. It was about the size of a pea. I tossed and turned all night.
She is a real princess. No one but a real princess could fill a pear under 20 mattresses and 20 quills. Now, son, ask her to marry you.
And so, after all his journeys, the young prince found his real princess. Right at home.
Will you marry me?
Of course, if you will please give me a comfortable place to sleep.
The end.
Classics Illustrated Junior. Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Sleeping Beauty. There once lived a good king and a gentle queen who ruled a rich and happy land. Everywhere there was laughter and song among the people. But in the palace there was also a bit of sorrow. The king and queen were somewhat sad because they had no children.
The people are our children, my dear.
Yes, but I do so wish we had a real child of our own.
Every year they traveled far to all the great shrines and holy places of the world to make their vows and say their prayers. And at last their prayers were answered. A baby girl was born to them.
Tender as the dawn and bright as the day, she was the most beautiful baby in all the land.
The day of the princess's christening will be a holiday. There will be feasting and dancing in every town and hamlet. I will invite all the good fairies that can be found to be her godmothers.
7 good fairies came to the christening to give the king's daughter all the perfections a girl could have. As gifts for the 7 fairies, the king ordered 7 gold silverware cases made for the feast after the christening. The feast had started, and all were chatting merrily, when suddenly they were interrupted by an old fairy.
Why wasn't I invited?
Dear fairy, I am sorry. We searched the land for all the fairies. Perhaps you were traveling abroad. I will have a place set at once.
The angry old fairy was seated with the others, but it was too late to have a case of gold made for her.
Cheat me of my gift, will they? They'll pay for this.
She means to harm the princess.
It is time for the fairy godmothers to bestow their gifts upon the princess.
I must hide so that I can be last to give my gift. Then perhaps I can undo the old fairy's wicked work.
It is my gift. Your warm, kind smiles will light the countryside for miles. My gift is grace, a manner sweet. You will make happy all you meet.
From me, the art of dancing no. I give to you a twinkling toe.
I give you wit to understand how to rule peacefully this land.
Music, the flute, the harp, the lyre. You will play all that you desire.
You and the nightingale will sing as sweetly with the gift I bring.
As the old fairy drew near the baby princess, everyone became silent.
I give you death before you are full grown. A spindle will go through your finger and you will die.
The poor queen swooned to hear so terrible a curse.
How wicked!
Cruel.
Poor princess.
Wait! I can undo some of the evil.
I cannot change the curse entirely, but the princess will not die. Dear little princess, you will indeed pierce your hand with a spindle, but instead of dying, you will fall into a deep, deep sleep. You will sleep for 100 years.
100 years.
And at the end of that time, a king's son shall come and awake you, and your life will begin again.
Hoping to prevent the old fairy's curse from taking effect, the king ordered all the spindles in the land destroyed. The years passed. The princess grew to be as lovely as the good fairies promised. She could sing and dance and play sweet music. However, there were times when she was lonely.
I'm tired of studying and I've no one to play with. I think I'll explore the castle. Here's a tower I never climbed before. I wonder what I'll find.
She opened the door at the top of the stairs and peeked in. She was surprised to see an old woman sitting at a spinning wheel.
What are you doing, good woman? And what is that strange wheel you work with?
Why, I'm spinning my pretty spinning thread to make cloth. Have you never seen a wheel before?
Oh, let me watch how it's done. Oh, that looks like fun. Here, let me try.
Almost as though it had come alive, the spindle pricked the princess's finger. In an instant, she fell to the floor.
She's fainted. Someone, come quickly. Help!
The people of the palace hurried to the princess's aid. They patted her face and rubbed her brow with water. But nothing seems to help.
There is nothing we can do. It is the work of the fairies. She will sleep 100 years.
The king sadly ordered that his daughter be put to bed in the most beautiful room of the palace,
where no one would disturb her while the years passed.
That evening, a dwarf in 7-league boots sped toward the fairy kingdom. He was soon before the good fairy, whose spell had saved the princess from the wicked fairy's curse of death.
You ordered me to tell you. When the spell had worked, I have come at once.
Thank you, dwarf. Quickly get my chariot.
Fast as lightning, the fairy flew to the side of the sleeping beauty.
You have done well, my king. Now I must complete the spell. When the princess awakens, she must not feel strange in the world. So I will see that she retains her court just as it is today.
All were touched by the fairy's magic spell. The maids of honor, the ladies in waiting, the gentlemen, the officers, the cooks, the undercooks, even the horses and the cats and the dogs. All were put to sleep. All except the king and queen, who had to stay awake to rule the kingdom. As the royal couple left to begin its rule from a palace in a nearby city, a strange thing happened. In less than an hour, the home of the Sleeping Beauty was overgrown with a wild, tangled forest. The 100 years went by slowly. The king and queen passed away. Wars were fought. A new family came to the throne. When the new king's son grew up, his favorite sport was hunting. He would ride for miles through the forests, chasing wild deer. One day,
What's that? A castle in this wild place?
the prince rode into the town and asked about the old palace.
Oh, there. What do you know about that old castle? Who lives there?
Witches, sir. You would do well to stay away from that place.
Young prince, it is better not to ask about the hidden castle. They say it is haunted by evil spirits.
I have heard weird tales about that castle. Surely they are not true. What do you know of it?
My grandfather tells a story about a sleeping princess.
Then lead me to your grandfather at once. I must hear this story.
Yes, sir. Follow me.
As the prince listened to the old farmer, a strange feeling came over him.
And they say the 100 then years have passed. Many have tried to break through those woods to reach the castle, but none has succeeded.
Then I will go.
No, young sir. Those who have gone have never come back. Don't. You may be hurt.
But the prince would not listen to the warning, and he quickly rode back to the forest. Leaving his horse, he approached the tangled woods.
There is no way in. I have no axe. Yet I seem to be drawn toward this place by some strange power.
Suddenly, magically, a path appeared in the tangled woods.
The trees have moved aside to let me pass. The woods have closed behind me. I cannot go back. Perhaps the farmer was right. It was foolish of me to come alone. Well, I am ready for what may come. I shall walk ahead. At last, the castle, but there seems to be no sign of life.
As he entered the courtyard,
What is all this? He is asleep. The story the old man told is true. The whole palace is asleep. The nobles of the court, they are just as they were 100 years ago.
then the prince entered the chamber of the Sleeping Beauty. At that moment, the evil spell ended, and the princess awoke.
Is it you, my prince?
After supper, the prince and princess were married. They set out at once for the prince's palace.
Why, look! The woods have been cleared away.
Somewhere in the land, the good fairy heard the news.
And will they now live happily ever after?
They will. My work is done.
The end.
Classics Illustrated Junior. Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Three Little Pigs. There was once a mother pig who had 3 little pigs, but she was too poor to keep them at home any longer.
You are old enough to find your own way in the world. Remember, hard work never killed a little pig. But if you are lazy and grow too fat, you won't be able to run away from you know who.
The hungry old wolf.
This is all the money I have. You will have to work to earn your way.
And so the 3 little pigs set out, and each went his own way into the big, wide world. The first little pig was a happy little pig. He wasn't exactly a lazy pig. But if he found an easier way to do a thing, that's the way he did it.
How much do you want for that straw?
2 pennies will do, little pig.
The little pig bought the straw and started to build a house.
Well, I didn't have to work very hard to earn this house, and it will be built in a jiffy.
Now, the second little pig was a funny little pig. He wasn't exactly lazy either. But if he found a quicker way to do a thing, so he could have more time to play, that's the way he did it.
How much do you want for those sticks?
Why, 3 pennies will be enough, little pig. The little pig bought the sticks and also started building a house.
Ha! Mother said we would have to work hard. But this house is fun to build. I'm almost done.
And so the 2 little pigs had lots of time to rest and play after their houses were built. Now the third little pig was a different little pig. He wasn't in a hurry and he was not afraid of work.
Fine bricks you had here. How much for all of them?
50 cents, little pig.
I haven't that much money. Will you wait until tomorrow?
Till tomorrow, but no longer.
In one day, the little pig went around the countryside, doing more work than 3 men, and he quickly earned the 50 cents to buy his bricks. And soon he was at work on his sturdy brick house. The brick house took much longer to build than the house of straw and the house of sticks. When the brick house was finally finished, the third little pig called his 2 brothers over to admire his work.
That's very pretty. But now come and play. Let's go into town and see the sights.
You 2 can go. I still have work to do.
It makes me tired to watch him work so hard. Oh, don't worry. He loves work. He's silly.
Meanwhile, in a nearby wood lived the wolf, bad and sly and very hungry. His usual meal of squirrel steak, chipmunk chops, and stolen chicken stew was not enough to fill him up. What he wanted most to eat was pig, especially tender little pig. One morning, the wolf woke from a happy dream and sniffed the delicious odor of bacon, pork chops, ham. I smell a fresh young pig. There's my dinner, just waiting to be caught. Here, let me give you a push, little pig.
No, thank you.
He thinks he's safe, does he? We'll see about that.
Little pig, let me come in.
Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin.
Then I'll huff and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house in.
So he huffed and he puffed and he blew the house in.
And the fat little pig had to run for his life.
Help! Help! Brother pig, brother pig. Don't bring him here. I couldn't help it. He followed me. Well, we are safe now. I've got a good lock on this door.
Little pigs, let me come in.
Not by the hair of our chinny chin chins.
Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house in.
So he huffed and he puffed and he blew the house in. And two fat little pigs had to run for their lives.
Help! 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 Brother pig, brother pig.
I thought this would happen. Oh, we'd better sneak out the back way.
Yes, before he blows this house down, too.
Stay where you are.
Little pigs, let me come in.
Not by the hair of our chinny chin chins.
Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house in. So he huffed and he puffed and he huffed and he puffed and he huffed and he puffed. But he could not blow the sturdy brick house in. And so the bad wolf, the sly wolf, the still very hungry wolf, went back to the woods without his pig dinner.
Oh, did you see his face? I thought he would split wide open.
Well, he's gone now, but he'll be back.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
Of course, the wolf doesn't give up that easily. And sure enough, the wolf went to work at once to make his plans. Now, what do little pigs like best of all?
Turnips. That's what I'll catch 'em with.
Turnips! The next day, the wolf returned to the little pig's house with a friendly smile. Little pig, you're too smart for me, so let's be pals. I know where there's a nice field of big yellow turnips. Would you like to go with me?
Why, that's very kind of you, Wolfie. Where is this field and when shall we go?
It's just this side of Farmer Pricklepatch's barn. I'll come for you at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Are you crazy? He'll eat you, not the turnips.
You'll have to find me first. Just wait.
That night, I can taste that porky now.
What's going to happen to Brother Pig?
But the third little pig was not at all worried. The next morning,
at 5 o'clock. Are you coming with me, brothers? So early? Not me.
I'm not crazy, not me.
So the third little pig went alone.
The wolf was right. These are beautiful turnips, but I better hurry home. She may come a little early.
And right on the dot of 6.
Who's there?
It's me, Wolfie. Let's go for the turnips.
Oh, you're too late. He's been there already. He's busy now, making turnip soup. Smell it?
What? Well, he fooled me this time, but he won't again.
He's gone. Hooray, is the soup ready? We tricked him. Oh, that soup smells good.
No soup for those too lazy to work for it.
Ha! Ha! Who's crazy now? The next day.
Ah, thank you, Apple, for giving me an idea.
What do little pigs like second best in the world? Apples, of course. Yoo-hoo! I'm not mad at you anymore.
Want to go apple picking with me tomorrow morning?
Why, thank you, Wolfie. Where are the apples? And when do we go?
Down at the Merry Garden orchards. This time I'll pick you up at 5 o'clock.
I'm going to get up at 4 o'clock. If you want apple pie, you'd better come with me.
We'll come. We'll come.
The next morning at 4 o'clock.
That silly old wolf thought he could trick us. Did you ever see anyone so dumb?
Don't talk so much. We have to hurry.
At that very moment? Now, I've got them. You didn't outsmart me this time. Take your time coming down, little pigs. I haven't anything to do. Suddenly, a rain of apples fell from above. The little pigs threw apples like bullets and sent the bad wolf running. You can't do that to me.
Well,
We did. This will never be enough pie for me. I could eat a whole mountain of apple pies.
The next day, come to the fair at the village square. Contests, prizes, games, dancing, pie-eating contest. Come one, come all.
Pie eating contest. That's for me.
Can we go, brother? Can we go?
yes, there are some things I need for the farm. I can buy them there.
The fair, eh? Ha! We'll make it a pig-eating contest too. And early the following morning.
This time I'll get there first.
I want to go on the merry-go-round. No, the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel.
The farm supply booth is just over there. I'll see you two later.
Good. Now I can pick them off, one at a time.
Polly, there's no horse for me. Oh, yes, over there. This one has real fur.
Suddenly, the little pig saw that he was not on a merry-go-round horse. Help! Let me off! Let me off! Sliding off the wolf's back, the little pig ran like the wind. But he couldn't get very far on the spinning merry-go-round. Finally, the music and the whirling stopped. The dizzy little pig raced in search of his brother.
Oh, wait for me.
The wobbly wolf! He's here!
Hurry, mister. Send us up.
Those are my pigs. Bring them down at once.
Step in. You can go up and get them yourself.
Hey, no, you can't. Wait.
There you are, little pigs. I'll keep him up there a while.
The Ferris wheel man gave the bad old wolf a real ride for his money. He isn't going to feel like eating pigs or anything else for a while.
We won't have to worry about him now.
Come on, this is what I came for.
Pie eating contest. Several hours later.
Keep it up, brother pig. You're winning.
Someone else was secretly cheering the little pig on. The more you eat, the sweeter you will taste. Piggy, the winner, will you say a few words? He's too full to even talk, much less run. I'll just walk over and grab him.
Oh no, Mr. Wolf. I know what you're up to. Here he comes again. What do we do now?
We're going to roll you home.
Ha ha ha! Say you're willing for running. Hurry!
He's still out there.
Well, let's ask him to come to dinner.
What?
Sure, let's ask him. I've got the pot already. Wolfie, you look hungry. Why don't you come in for dinner? I'm so sorry. The door blew shut. Come in by the window. Yeah, how clumsy of me. The window slipped. Let's see. The chimney is the only other way into the house, but you're too big to fit in that.
Won't fit? Won't I? I'll show him.
Soon all three little pigs were working hard and earning their evening's rest before the fire. With their wolf troubles safely behind them, you can be sure they lived happily ever after.
Classics Illustrated Junior. Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Jack and the Beanstalk. There was once a poor woman who had a happy son named Jack. His mother worked hard, and his friends were poor, but Jack was too young to worry about that.
See what I can do. Orange Joe?
Oh, you're a clever boy.
But one day, Jack's mother had to tell him some very sad news.
I don't want to spoil Jack's fun, but I have to tell him that we haven't any more money for food. Son, we have to sell Bessie, or we won't have supper tonight. She is the last thing I own in the world, so you must take her to the market and sell her for a good price.
Hurrah! I've never been as far away as the market. That will be an adventure. Don't worry about a thing, Mother dear.
Jack and Bessie had only gone a few miles down the road when...
Oh, there, stranger. Want to buy a cow?
How much?
How much do you offer me?
A handful of beans.
A handful of beans for a whole cow.
These beans are worth a lot more than that cow. Will you take them or not?
Worth more. I'll take them then. Won't Mother be surprised?
When Jack brought the beans home, his mother was indeed surprised.
Oh, Jack, how could you be so foolish? Now we have nothing. Those beans aren't even fit to eat.
But the man said they were worth more than the cow. What did he mean by that?
He meant you were a silly little boy who would believe any story he told you.
I'm sorry, Mother. Maybe we could plant them.
They wouldn't grow. Nothing grows in the garden anymore. The soil is so poor.
That night, Jack and his mother went to bed, sad and hungry. Meanwhile, beneath their window, the beans had taken root in the hard soil, and as each hour passed, they grew and grew and grew. The next morning, Jack and his mother looked out of their window and could hardly believe their eyes.
See, Mother, the man was right. The beans were magic.
A beanstalk. It goes straight up through the clouds.
I'm going to find out where it leads to.
Oh, Jack, do be careful.
Don't worry, Mother. It's easy as pie to climb. Look how high I am already. Whew, I'm tired now, but I have to see what's at the top of this beanstalk. An island in the sky. And here comes a beautiful lady. She must be a princess. Maybe this is fairyland.
No, this is the land of the ugly giant. It's a sad story. But maybe you're the land to set it right. You see, this land and castle once belonged to a noble knight and his lady. They were very happy, and all of the people loved them. Then, one day, the knight was called away to war. His lady took her baby son to visit her old nurse, who lived in a cottage in the valley below. It was then that the ugly giant came. He had heard that the knight owned many magic things, and he wanted them for himself.
I'm master here now.
Too frightened to fight the huge villain, the servants all fled and left him alone in the castle with his wife, the giantess. One of the faithful servants went to warn the lady not to return to the castle in the clouds.
You shall stay with me until it is safe to go home.
But the knight has never returned from the war. The old nurse passed away, and the lady lives like a peasant in the cottage with her little son. And the giant still lives in the castle he stole from the knight.
Why that miserable, mean old giant? I'll...
Remember, he's much bigger than you are, but it would be good if you could get the knight's magic hen, his gold, and his talking harp, and give them back to his poor wife.
I'll get them. You wait right here. What? Why? She's gone. She must have been a fairy.
Jack hurried to the gate of the castle and bravely blew upon the horn to announce that he was there. A moment later.
Who's there? Who's there? Tell me where you are. I don't see very well.
That's lucky for me.
There you are. Ah, what a cute little fellow. I'm going to keep you. You'll be my page and do my work for me. Now I can be like other ladies. Come upstairs to the kitchen with me, lady. That's nice, my pretty. And when you finish that, you may clean my copper pots. But wait, here, my husband. I'll have to hide you. He doesn't like little people.
Where's my dinner? I could eat an elephant.
That's just what we're having, dear.
Fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman.
Nonsense, my dear. It's only the elephant steak I'm fixing for your breakfast. Now, sit down and eat.
Jack had a good view of the giant through the big keyhole of the cupboard.
Wow, I'm glad I'm in here. He's a big one.
Now bring me the little brown hen. I need some gold. Now, little sweetheart, be as good to your giant as you were to that midget knight I stole. You from Lay.
Through the keyhole, Jack saw the hen lay a great big golden egg.
That must be the magic hen the fairy spoke of.
Wonderful. They are getting bigger every day. That will be enough for today. Now, while the good wife is out hanging up the clothes, I'll take my morning nap.
Now's my chance to grab the hen. Now for the windowsill, I can jump onto the soft clouds. Luckily for Jack, the cat wasn't able to waken its sleeping master. Jack came down the beanstalk a whole lot faster than he went up.
Jack, thank heaven you are safe.
Catch the hen, mother. Catch her. She's a magic hen. She lays golden eggs. I saw her.
What else did you see, Jack?
The ugliest giant you ever saw. He was as tall as a mountain. Well, as tall as a church steeple. Well, he was very, very tall.
Thank goodness he didn't harm you. You were brave to bring me the hen.
It's not for us, mother. It belongs to a knight and his lady, and we'll have to find them and give it back.
You are right, son. Now you must cut the beanstalk down, so the giant can't come after you.
Tomorrow, mother. I'm too tired now. Besides, I have to go back for the gold and the harp.
The next morning, before dawn, Jack was doing something very odd.
A little paste, and this foxtail will make me look like an old man. I hope I can get down again before mother wakes up and worries about me.
Once again, brave Jack announced, himself at the giant's gate.
Another little man. You look older than that rascal that came yesterday.
Oh, I am, ma'am. I'm a grandfather. I am.
Well, see that you don't steal anything. I'll have plenty of work for you to do.
I never steal anything that belongs to other people, ma'am.
A few moments later.
Fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman.
It's just the bull I've cooked for breakfast that you smell.
As the giant sat down to his enormous meal, Jack found a bite of breakfast for himself in the cookie jar.
Bring me my money bags. I want to count my gold.
This is the last of the night's gold.
We'll have to find another castle soon.
Oh, no, you won't. Not if I can help it.
There's still plenty here. 67, 68, 69, 70, 1,342. No, we are not poor yet. Now I can sleep in peace.
In a few seconds, the giant was snoring like a thunderstorm.
He's making too much noise to hear me. I hope I don't meet the cat today. This makes it easier.
Stop, thief.
Giddy up. The dog, who didn't know what was happening, raced outside.
Good dog. Good dog.
Jack reached the beanstalk and began the long climb down.
Go on, boy.
But he had to go slowly with the heavy bags of gold.
Hi there, birds. I'll bet you never saw a boy up this high before. But I'd better hurry, or my mother will wake and find me gone. Good morning. Mother, did you sleep well last night?
Very well. But what have you there?
Gold, Mother. The night's gold. We must return it with the little brown hen.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't have climbed the beanstalk again. I'm afraid.
Don't be afraid, Mother. Don't you believe I'm a strong, smart boy? The dumb old giant can't hurt me. Once more, Mother. Just let me go once more.
Well, I don't know. You promise now? Just once.
I promise. Now give me a skirt and a bonnet, please.
A skirt and bonnet. I knew he shouldn't have climbed so high. It made him so dizzy. He doesn't know what he's saying.
But in a few moments, Jack was scurrying back up the beanstalk. This time he was dressed as a girl. And once again he appeared before the near-sighted giantess.
What's this? A little girl. Well, that's much nicer than those rascally little robbers. Come in, my dear. You're just in time to help me make the beds.
So, once again Jack was set to work, this time as upstairs maid. It wasn't long before...
34. Fool, I smell the blood of an Englishman. And this time, I'm sure I smell him in here.
You're wrong again, my dear. It's only the sheep I'm cooking for lunch. There's no one here but me. You're just nervous because of those dreadful robberies. Why don't you sit and rest until lunch is ready?
You're right. Bring me my talking harp. The music will soothe me. I'll go now and finish making your lunch. Good! This harp is one of the nicest things I took from the night. I'm very fond of music. Play! The magic harp played a soft, sweet tune. Now play a merrier tune. And the harp played a merrier tune. And now a lullaby. I'll nap a while.
All that stupid giant does is sleep. It won't be hard to get away with the harp.
But Jack forgot that the magic harp could talk.
Harumph, Ah, what?
Master, master.
So you're the thief that's stolen all my goods. Come back with that harp.
Out on your life.
It's not a girl. It is an Englishman.
You rascal! You fooled me again. I've got him. Oh no!
You may have that for a handkerchief. And I hope you catch a great big cold. Oh, magic harp, I'm taking you to your true owners, the knight and his lady.
Then I will help you, brave lad. Hide behind that rock.
Now, listen. I'll make my voice sound like it's coming from that clump of bushes. Help! Master, save me! I'm over here. Now you have a head start. But the giant soon saw that he had been tricked.
Ah, now I'll catch you, my wee villain.
Mother, bring me an axe. Quickly!
Not a moment too soon. With a mighty splash, the giant fell with the stock and disappeared in a nearby lake. And he may be there still, stealing from the fishes, for he has never been heard from again.
Oh, Jack, you have acted like a true knight's son. You are not a silly boy anymore.
A knight's son.
Your mother speaks the truth, Jack. You are the knight's son, and she is his good lady. The war is now over, and I bring him home to you. You may return to your castle in the sky.
But I'd rather stay here with all my good friends.
I too would rather stay. Can we build our castle here among our friends?
Of course we can. We will build new farms here to give the good people work and bring them a better life. We will not return to the clouds.
Now everybody in the land will live happily ever after.
The end.
Classics Illustrated Junior. Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
My Shadow, from a Child's Garden of Verses, by Robert Louis Stevenson. I have a little shadow that goes in and out with me.
I have a little shadow that goes in and out with me.
And what can be the use of him is more than I can see.
And what can be the use of him is more than I can see.
He is very, very like me, from the heels up to the head.
He is very, very like me, from the heels up to the head.
And I see him jump before me when I jump into my bed.
And I see him jump before me when I jump into my bed.
The funniest thing about him is the way he likes to grow.
The funniest thing about him is the way he likes to grow.
Not at all like proper children, which is always very slow.
Not at all like proper children, which is always very slow.
For he sometimes shoots up taller, like an India rubber ball.
For he sometimes shoots up taller, like an India rubber ball.
And he sometimes gets so little that there's none of him at all.
And he sometimes gets a little that there's none of him at all.
He hasn't got a notion of how children out to play.
He hasn't got a notion of how children ought to play,
and can only make a fool of me in every sort of way.
and can only make a fool of me in every sort of way.
He stays so close beside me. He's a coward, you can see.
He stays so close beside me, he's a coward you can see.
I'd think shame to stick to Nursey, as that shadow sticks to me.
I think shame to stick to Nursey, as that shadow sticks to me.
One morning, very early, before the sun was up, I rose and found the shining dew on every buttercup. But my lazy little shadow, like an errant sleepyhead, had stayed at home behind me and was fast asleep in bed.
One morning very early, before the sun was up, I rose and found the shining dew on every buttercup. My lazy little shadow, like an errant sleepyhead, had stayed at home behind me and was fast asleep in bed.
Classics Illustrated Junior. Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
The great apes are the animals that look most like men. They have no tails, they have hands like ours, and they even have brains like a tiny baby's. The biggest of the great apes is the gorilla from the forests of West Africa. In spite of their size, gorillas take their rest in the branches of a tree. They stay low where the branches are thick and heavy. When in danger, the father gorilla's first thought is for the safety of his family. He stands guard, beating his chest till it sounds like a bass drum to frighten the enemy away. So frightening is the sound that he nearly always succeeds. Gorillas are very difficult to capture alive. With the terrible strength of their powerful arms and teeth,
they can break loose from almost anything.
Gorillas are wanderers. They almost never stay in one place longer than a single night. The animal we usually call the buffalo is really the bison.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
He is the fiercest looking Native American animal and is a member of the prairie cattle family. The bison are very good fathers. To protect their babies and females from attack, they form a circle around them. Woe to the animal that tries to break through. The bison was the main source of food and clothing for the Plains Indians. It was the white man who nearly wiped out the bison. He shot them for sport, for their hides, for any reason he could think of. Finally, only a handful remained. Many that the white man failed to kill were killed by stampedes, in which frightened bison rushed to their death. Today, the bison, protected by USA government, has begun to multiply again. They will never become extinct. Foreign Lands from A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Up into the cherry tree, who should climb but little me?
Up into the cherry tree, who should climb but little me?
I held the trunk with both my hands and looked abroad on foreign lands.
I held the trunk with both my hands and looked abroad in foreign lands.
I saw the next door garden lie, adorned with flowers, before my eye.
I saw the next door garden lie, saw the flowers just before my eyes.
And many pleasant places more that I had never seen before.
And many pleasant places more that I had never seen before.
I saw the dimpling river pass and be the sky's blue looking glass. The dusty roads go up and down with people tramping into town.
Up in the air and over the wall, till I could see so
if I could find a higher tree, farther and farther I should see, to where the grown-up river slips.
If I could find a higher tree, so much farther I should, so much farther I should, where the grown-up river slips.
Into the sea among the ships, to where the roads on either hand.
Into the sea among the ships, to where the road around the left.
Lead onward into fairyland, where all the children dine at 5. And all the playthings come alive.
Classics Illustrated Junior. Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Goldilocks and the 3 Bears. Once upon a time, there were 3 bears who lived in a cottage in the woods. A great big father bear, a middle-sized mother bear, and a little tiny baby bear. Each of the bears had a bowl for porridge. There was a great big bowl, a middle-sized bowl, and a little tiny bowl. Each of the bears had a comfortable chair to sit in. There was a great big chair, a middle-sized chair, and a little tiny chair. And each of the bears had a warm bed to sleep in. There was a great big bed, a middle-sized bed, and a little tiny bed. One morning, the 3 bears sat down to their breakfast of porridge.
Ouch, it's too hot. The porridge is too hot. I know what we can do. While we're waiting for the porridge to cool, we can go for a walk.
That's a fine idea, my dear. Well, look who's taking an early morning stroll. Mr. Bear and his missus and son. A fine family. A fine family indeed.
Meanwhile, not far away, another family was rising to start the day.
Goldilocks, wake up. Breakfast is ready. Now, where's that child?
Who wants breakfast? I think I'll go pick some flowers for Mummy instead. Then she won't be angry with me.
Gone again, without eating. Someday, Goldilocks is going to have to learn to obey me.
But Goldilocks didn't think she was really being naughty.
Mummy's favorite flowers. She'll be happy when she sees these.
Soon, Goldilocks forgot all about the flowers.
I wonder where this path goes. I've never been in these woods before.
Why, here comes little Goldilocks, who lives on Apple Road. She shouldn't be here in these woods.
Do you think we ought to tell her, Mother?
No, but I think we'd better keep an eye on her. She might get into mischief.
By now, Goldilocks didn't think that breakfast was a bad idea after all. She was hungry.
Something smells good. It comes from that cute little house. I wonder who lives there. No one answers my knock.
Maybe they're asleep. Do you think that's a nice thing for a young lady to do?
No, indeed.
The door is open, and someone must be home. Here's porridge on the table.
She shouldn't be going in there.
I'm so hungry, I think I could eat all 3 bowls of porridge. I'll try the great big one first.
She's eating Mr. Bear's breakfast.
And she wasn't even invited.
It's too hot.
Would you eat someone's porridge without being asked?
Of course not. I don't like porridge. I'll try this middle-sized bowl. Oh no, this is too cold. There isn't much in this little tiny bowl. But this tastes just right.
I'm afraid she's finishing it.
That was good.
Poor little bear. He won't have a bite of breakfast.
Now what is she up to? She's going into the parlour.
What comfortable-looking chairs. I think I'll sit here for a while. This great big one is too high. I'll try the middle-sized chair. No, this isn't so comfortable either. It's much too wide. This little chair is just right.
She's too heavy for that little chair.
It won't hold her very long. Is she hurt?
Not a bit. Where is she going now?
I wonder what's upstairs. Oh, I'm sleepy. I walked so far this morning. I think I'll take just a little nap.
Hurry! She's about to start again.
I'll only sleep a few winks, and then I'll go home. Oh, this great big bed is too hard. I'll try the next one.
Someone has been eating my porridge and has eaten it all up.
There's nothing to do but make a new pot of porridge.
But who could have been here?
I can't imagine, dear. Your brother isn't due to arrive until next week.
See how angry they are. And they haven't seen the chairs yet.
And they haven't been upstairs yet.
Look, Mother. Whoever it is has been in here, too.
Someone has been sitting in my chair.
Someone has been sitting in my chair.
And someone has been sitting in my chair and has broken it all to bits. Maybe I can put it together again.
We'll buy you another one, dear.
But who would do a thing like this?
It must have been a stranger. No one we know would be so bad.
I wonder if anything else has been touched.
They're going upstairs.
Let's look in the bedroom.
I hope nothing is wrong in there, too.
I hate to think what will happen now.
Aha! What's this? Someone has been sleeping in my bed.
Pete who? Dear me, didn't he wake her?
No, she's still asleep.
The great big voice of Father Bear sounded only like far away thunder clouds to Goldilocks, and she slept on.
And look at this. Someone has been sleeping in my bed.
Mother Bear's sweet voice sounded like the tinkling of distant bells to sleeping Goldilocks. She didn't stir.
Now they'll find her. Now they'll find her.
Poor Goldilocks.
Look! Someone has been sleeping in my bed. And here she is.
The high, squeaky voice of the little tiny bear woke Goldilocks at last.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Who are you?
Goldilocks was too frightened to answer. She leaped from the bed and streaked down the stairs.
Did you see her jump? She ought to be a squirrel.
No little girl was ever in as great a hurry, faster than you can say. Breakfast is ready. She was down the path and out of sight.
Wow.
Did you see her fly? She ought to be a sparrow.
She was a pretty little girl, but so naughty.
Can we have breakfast now?
Well, dear, we may have to wait for the porridge to cool.
Goldilocks didn't stop running until she was home. She was so frightened by what had happened, and so ashamed at what she had done, that she cried as she told her mother the story.
I'm so sorry, Mother.
Of course you are. Dear, and you are going to apologize to the bears. Let me see, maybe the sparrow can help.
Her mother sat right down and wrote a little note. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Bear, my little girl is sorry for what she did and would like you to come and have breakfast with us. Yours, this truly mother.
please take this to the house of the 3 bears?
A few moments later.
Well, isn't that nice? We're going out for breakfast.
Soon after, the bears arrived at Goldilocks' house.
I'm sorry I upset your house, and I promise never to do it again.
At that moment, they were too hungry to talk very much. But it wasn't long before they became the best of friends. The end.
Classics Illustrated Junior. Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Goldilocks and the 3 bears. The hippopotamus is one of the largest land animals. He often grows as heavy as an elephant, but has very short legs. He lives in blazing hot Africa. The hippo is a jolly beast and loves to play with his fellows. They spend much time frolicking in the warm rivers near their homes.
When hippos are at play, woe to the boat that ventures in their way.
They can turn a huge war canoe over as easily as if it were a toothpick. The gigantic mouth of a hippo is like a huge red cavern. In it are powerful teeth and strong tusks. Fortunately, he uses them only to chew grass and hay. Our friend, the hippo, has a tiny cousin, the pygmy hippopotamus. He weighs only about 1/14, as much as his fat cousin. He is not often found as he is shy and likes to keep to himself. Ride a cock horse. Ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross.
Ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross.
To see an old lady upon a white horse.
To see a fine lady upon a white horse.
Rings on her fingers and bells on her toes.
With rings on her fingers and bells on her toes.
She shall have music wherever she goes.
She shall have music wherever she goes.
Ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross. To see what Tommy can buy.
A penny white loaf, a penny white cake,
and a 2-penny apple pie. Ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross.
Ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross.
To see an old lady upon a white horse.
To see a fine lady upon a white horse.
Rings on her fingers and bells on her toes.
With rings on her fingers and bells on her toes.
She shall have music wherever she goes.
She shall have music wherever she goes. Ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross. To see a fine lady upon a white horse. With rings on her fingers and bells
Classics Illustrated Junior, read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Once upon a time, there lived a very wealthy merchant. He owned many ships which sailed to all of the exciting lands of the world. The ships went to India for fine silks, to South America for gold, and to England for iron and tin. This merchant had 3 daughters, and they all lived in a rich, huge castle. The merchant loved all 3 of his daughters, but the youngest, called Beauty, was his favorite. She was beautiful not only because she had a lovely face, but because she was also kind and good. One night, the merchant and his daughters were having their dinner when a messenger suddenly burst into the room.
Please pardon me, sir. I have sad news for you.
What is it?
A frightful storm at sea has caused your ships to sink. All of your riches are lost. You are a poor man.
In a single night, the merchant was reduced from riches to poverty. No longer could he live in the huge castle with many servants. He and his daughters moved to a small poor cottage. Beauty did not weep at her change of fortune. The loss of jewels and fine clothing did not cause her any pain. She was as sweet and as kind as ever. She had always loved flowers, so she planted her own garden. All kinds of flowers bloomed there, except roses.
I have tried to grow roses so often, but they always vanish so strangely. I hope that someday I shall have a beautiful garden of roses.
But Beauty's pleasure in her new life was not shared by her sisters. They refused to help her with housework, and they blamed their father for their poor clothing and loss of fine jewelry. They were miserable, and because they were miserable, they grew ugly. Their faces became wrinkled with frowns, and the corners of their mouths turned down. But Beauty, because she was happy, became more beautiful than ever. And so a year passed. One day, a visitor came to the cottage.
Sir, I bring you good news. One of the ships that we thought was lost in the great storm last year has arrived in port. You are once again a wealthy man.
Daughters, do you hear that? We are rich again. I will go to the port tomorrow to claim one of my ships, which did not sink last year.
Now we can have pretty jewels.
And fine clothing and a great house.
What is wrong, Beauty? You don't seem to be happy with my good fortune.
I like it so well here. I am sad that we will soon be leaving.
Ah, Beauty, you will be happier in a fine house with servants and beautiful things. Now tell me, daughters, what presents shall I bring you when I return from my journey?
Bring me a watch made with diamonds, bracelets of the most precious gems, and a crown of rubies. You may also bring me.
Wait, sister. You will ruin our father before it comes to my turn. I only ask for a few of the most splendid Persian turbans, some dresses of the richest lace, and 2 or 3 shawls of the finest wool.
Well, Beauty, and what do you wish?
I wish for nothing but your safe return, father.
No, child, you must make a request.
Then, since they won't grow in my garden, bring me a rose.
The following morning, the merchant left on his journey. After the merchant took care of his business, he bought the presents for his 2 older daughters and started for home. Towards evening, he reached the forest. The forest was dark and stormy. Soon,
I am lost. I don't know which way to go.
as he wondered what to do, the heavens opened and the rain came pouring down. After a few moments, a sweet sound was heard.
On, merchant, on! Your journey is nearly done.
At that instant, a small blue light appeared through the trees. The merchant rode toward the light. The light became a large flame and then disappeared. In its place stood the gates of a magnificent palace. Enter without fear, for all are welcome here. The gates suddenly opened without a sound. Although no one was to be seen, the merchant entered the courtyard and dismounted. His horse at once trotted off toward the stable, as though it knew the way. When the merchant followed the horse to the stable, he found it all groomed and cleaned, feeding on oats and hay. But still no one was to be seen. The merchant left the stable and went across the courtyard into a brightly lit hallway. As he passed the door, it swung open. He entered and saw fine clothing spread before a blazing fire. But wet and weary as he was afraid to touch anything. Then he heard another sweet voice.
You are a guest for tonight, and all that is right will appear to your sight, to be used without fright.
After bathing, the merchant dressed in the dry clothing he found. Then he walked down the hall until another door swung open into a huge dining room. As he finished each course, the empty plates were removed by unseen hands. When he was finished, another door opened into a bedroom. Before going to sleep, the merchant offered grateful thanks for his shelter. The next morning, after breakfast, the merchant strolled through the gardens, searching for a rose to bring beauty. But just as he plucked one of the lovely flowers,
Ungrateful wretch, is this the way you repay the kindness you have received by stealing my roses?
My lord,
call me no such thing. Call me as I am. Call me beast.
Sir?
Did you not hear me say, call me beast?
Pardon me, beast, I did not mean to hurt you.
These roses are not yours. Why do you take one?
I cannot say.
You cannot? You will die at once, unless you answer me.
Then I must die.
It was for your youngest daughter, wasn't it? Merchant, I will spare your life for now. You may go home, but you must return in a week, or send someone in your place. Now take the rose and go.
As the merchant took the rose, it withered. He hurried to the stable, where he found his horse already saddled and started for home. That evening, the merchant reached his cottage. Beauty ran to meet him.
Father, why do you look so sad?
Here, my child, take the rose you asked for.
As the merchant gave Beauty the rose, a strange thing happened.
Why, Father, the rose is blooming in my hand. What magic is this?
Come into the cottage, child. I shall tell you all that has happened.
A few minutes later, Beauty had heard the strange story.
Father, you must not return to the castle. You took the rose because of me. Therefore, I shall go in your place.
But you may be in great danger there.
Your life is more important than mine. You must stay here to take care of my sisters.
Just then, the two elder sisters burst into the room.
Well, Father, where are my bracelets, my watch, my crown of rubies?
Where are my turbans, my dresses, my shawls?
Please, sisters, do not trouble father now. He is very sad.
Sad? Did he bring our jewelry and clothing?
Yes, sisters, he brought them.
If he brought our presents, how can he be sad?
Beauty then told them about the rose.
You wicked child, asking for a rose. Why, you might have caused us to lose our jewelry and clothing.
What a risk for a simple rose. Let us throw it into the fire.
She tried to seize the rose, but as she reached for it, it flew away and took refuge with Beauty. The astonished sisters realized that the rose was enchanted, and they promised never again to touch it. The week passed quickly, and the morning for the departure came. The merchant insisted on taking his daughter to the beast's palace. As they reached the palace, the gates flew open. The merchant went to his room. Further down the hall, there was a place for Beauty. As she touched the knob, the door swung open. Beauty stood there, breathless at the sight which greeted her. Beauty entered and sank into a chair, afraid to touch anything. Then she heard a sweet voice.
Welcome, Beauty. Have no fear. Live as a queen while you are here.
Beauty bathed and dressed. Then she met her father in the dining room. There they ate a fine dinner. Then a voice was heard.
The beast is near and wishes to appear.
I tremble at his coming.
Appear, beast.
As the beast approached, Beauty looked at his face and turned away in horror.
Merchant, you have kept your word. I shall try to make Beauty's time here pass pleasantly. She can have all she desires here.
The beast's voice surprised Beauty. It was not harsh or unpleasant. It was sweet and musical. Beauty looked up, but the strange face caused her to turn away again.
I am sorry, merchant, but you cannot stay here with Beauty. You must leave in the morning.
The following morning.
Goodbye, Beauty. Be brave.
Don't worry about me, father.
At first, Beauty felt terribly unhappy. But soon, the wonders of the beast's palace began to enchant her. There were lakes filled with gold and silver fish, gardens filled with beautiful flowers and bushes, a boat that sailed itself, and much, much more. Beauty had everything she wanted. But she had no one to talk to. She was very, very lonely. She was so lonely, in fact, that she was happy when she heard the voice say,
The beast is near and wishes to appear.
Appear, beast.
Though she wanted to see him, Beauty could not help trembling with horror when he approached.
Please do not turn from me, Beauty. I will not harm you.
As the beast spoke, Beauty became less afraid. She was almost sorry when evening came.
Now I must leave. Good night.
Each day, Beauty looked forward to seeing the beast.
The beast is near and wishes to appear.
Oh yes, appear, beast.
Because he was gentle and wise, Beauty soon forgot that he was so strange in appearance. And when the beast said farewell each night, Beauty felt sad and longed for the new day.
Good night, Beauty. Rest well.
Good night, gentle beast. I shall see you tomorrow.
Thus, pleasantly and happily, a half-year passed. Then, one evening, the beast suddenly took Beauty's hand in his. Surprised, Beauty pulled her hand away. With a deep, sad sigh, the beast left.
Good night, dear Beauty.
Several days later, the beast again took Beauty's hand in his.
Beauty, will you marry me?
Oh no.
The beast groaned as though his heart was breaking, and he ran from the room. The next day, the beast did not come, nor did he come the following day.
What can this mean? Will I never see him again? Oh, I do hope he comes soon.
As she spoke.
Good evening, Beauty.
Oh, Beast, I am so glad you are here.
They spoke of many things that evening. When the beast rose to leave,
I do hope you will come tomorrow.
If you want me, I shall come.
He is so kind and gentle, but I cannot marry him.
all of this time, Beauty did not forget her father and sisters. One day, as she walked through the castle,
I wish that I could see what my father is doing now.
as the picture faded from the mirror, the beast came in.
Beauty, what is the matter?
I have just seen my old home in the mirror. My father seems to be very ill.
You want to visit him, don't you?
Oh yes, dear beast.
Take this rose. It is the same one your father plucked when he first came here. As long as you have it, any wish you speak aloud will be granted.
Oh, thank you, beast. Thank you.
There is only one thing I ask. Do not stay away longer than 1 week. Please, even that will seem long without you.
I promise you, I shall return within that time. Thank you, dear beast, and farewell. Now I wish to be home.
Well, Beauty, it's about time you came home.
How is father? Is he very ill?
Yes, he is. He became sick because he worried about you so much. He has been so sad that he refuses to move out of this horrible cottage into a fine castle where we belong.
I must go to him. Dear father.
Beauty, my beauty, it is good to see you again.
Within 2 days, the joy of seeing Beauty made the merchant well. But her sisters cared less for Beauty than they cared for the wonders of the beast's palace, which she described to them. 2 nights before the end of the week, the eldest sister decided she would like to go to the palace. She took Beauty's rose and
I wish to be at the beast's palace.
the rose immediately withered. Instead of taking her to the palace, it threw her into the pigpen.
Help! Help!
Beauty's sister ran from the friendly pigs back into the cottage, but the rose lay where it had fallen. The following day, Beauty discovered that her enchanted rose was missing.
Has anyone seen my rose?
No, Beauty, I have not seen it.
Nor I.
Don't ask me. I haven't seen it.
Beauty searched everywhere, but she could not find the rose. 4 anxious days passed before she finally saw it on the rubbish heap. Beauty quickly said farewell to her father and sisters. Then,
I wish to be back at the beast's palace.
at the palace, Beauty waited for the beast to appear. But he did not come. The day passed, and still Beauty saw no sign of him. The next morning, Beauty took her rose, and
I wish to see the beast.
Beauty, why did you stay away longer than a week? I could not last without you. I am dying.
Oh, beast, do not die. What can I do to save you?
Will you marry me?
Oh, yes, dear beast, yes!
then, before Beauty's startled eyes, the beast disappeared. In his place stood one of the handsomest princes in all the wide, wonderful world.
Dear Beauty, your poor beast was in truth a prince. I was once bewitched by an evil fairy. She forced me to remain a beast until I could find someone who would marry me in my horrible form. A good fairy gave me the magic rose bush. She said it would save me from my frightful curse, and you see, it has.
The prince and beauty were married that very day, and they lived forever after, in great happiness. The end. Aesop's Fables. The Dog and the Shadow. There once was a greedy dog who stole a piece from a butcher's shop.
I'll take it down to the stream, where no one will catch me with it. Why, that dog in the water has a bigger piece of meat than I have. I want that piece too.
But as soon as he opened his mouth to snatch at the other piece, and so the greedy dog was left with nothing. Little Bo Peep.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep
Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep
and can't tell where to find them.
and doesn't know where to find them.
Leave them alone and they'll come home,
Leave them alone and they'll come home,
wagging their tails behind them.
wagging their tails behind them.
Little Bo Peep fell fast asleep
Little Bo Peep fell fast asleep
and dreamt she heard them bleating.
and dreamt she heard them bleating.
But when she awoke, she found it a joke,
But when she awoke, she found it a joke,
for they were still a-fleeting.
for they were all so fleeting.
Then up she took her little crook,
Then up she took her little crook,
determined for to find them.
determined for to find them.
She found them indeed, but it made her heart bleed,
She found them indeed, but it made her heart bleed,
for they'd left their tails behind them.
for they left their tails behind them.
It happened one day, as Bo Peep did stray over a meadow hard by, that there she espied their tails, side by side, all hung on a tree to dry. She heaved a sigh, and gave by and by each careless sheep a banging. As for the rest, she thought it was best just to leave the tails a-hanging.
She heaved a sigh and wiped her eye, and over the hills went rambling, and tried what she could, as a shepherdess should, to tack again each to its lambkin.
Classics Illustrated Junior.
Little Red Riding Hood.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Once upon a time, there was a spry old lady who lived in a cottage in the deep woods. The spry old lady was a grandmother, and like all grandmothers, she thought her little grandchild was the sweetest girl in all the world. One day, she decided to sew her granddaughter a red riding hood.
Oh, won't she look pretty in this?
When she had finished sewing the hood, she brought it to her granddaughter.
It fits her so well.
She looks like a doll in it.
The little girl loved her new hood and wore it everywhere. Soon people began to call her Little Red Riding Hood. One day, a woodsman brought a note to Little Red Riding Hood's mother.
It's from Grandma.
Oh, thank you.
Dear daughter, I wanted to bake some cookies and bring them to you, but I have a cold, so I think I'd better stay in bed.
Love, Grandma.
I'll tell you what, dear. You go visit Grandma and take her some nice things, because she isn't feeling well today. Take this basket full of fruit and muffins and jelly. Grandma loves blackberry jelly. Now it is a long walk to Grandma's house. I want you to be very careful as you cross the woods. Don't stop to play or pick flowers. And don't run or you will fall and get hurt. And though you may say hello to the woodsman and all of the other nice people in the woods, don't stop to talk to strangers.
Little Red Riding Hood set out down the path to her grandmother's house. Suddenly,
"Good morning, little girl."
now Little Red Riding Hood knew that her mother did not want her to talk to strangers. But the wolf seemed so nice and polite.
Good morning, Wolf.
"What is your name?"
I am called Little Red Riding Hood.
"What a pretty name! And where are you going so early in the morning, Little Red Riding Hood?"
I am going to Grandma's house.
"And what do you have in your basket?"
Some fruit and muffins and blackberry jelly. I'm taking them to Grandma because she isn't feeling well.
"Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Where does your grandmother live?"
On the other side of the woods, by the giant oak tree.
"This sweet little girl will make me a nice, tasty breakfast. I must get to Grandma's house before she does."
The wolf walked down the path with Little Red Riding Hood, wondering how he could beat her to Grandma's house. Then he had an idea.
"Dear Little Red Riding Hood, I know your grandmother is ill, but must you look so sad? Look about you. See the pretty flowers. Why, you are so serious. I don't believe you even hear the birds sing. The flowers are prettier than ever today. I'm sure your grandmother would like to have some. Why don't you pick some for her?"
Now, Little Red Riding Hood knew that her mother told her not to stop and pick flowers, but they were so pretty.
"That's fine. You're a good little girl. I like good little girls, especially for breakfast. Well, I'll just stroll on down the path. Nice to have met you. I hope we'll meet again."
Little Red Riding Hood left the path and wandered off among the trees to pick some flowers. Each time she picked one, she always saw another pretty one further on. So she went deeper and deeper into the woods, and further away from her grandmother's house. Meanwhile, the wolf quickly raced off to Grandma's house.
By the big oak tree, she said. This must be it. My mother always taught me to knock before I put my foot in the door. Good morning, Grandma.
What do you want?
I don't want to hurt you, Mom. It's just that I want your little granddaughter for my breakfast.
Help! Help!
At that moment, in a nearby clearing, the woodsman was hard at work.
Help! Help!
What's that? Did I hear a call for help? No, I guess not. It's quiet now.
This is why it was quiet. A few minutes later...
Now, Grandma, have a seat. Now for a disguise. First, a nightgown. I look so charming.
Then the wolf put on Grandma's spectacles and leaped into bed.
And now to wait for Little Red Riding Hood.
Meanwhile, Little Red Riding Hood had picked an armful of flowers.
I think I have enough. Now I'll take them to Grandma.
On her way to her grandmother's house, Little Red Riding Hood passed the woodsman.
Hello, see what I'm taking to my grandma.
That's very nice. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you.
And someone was very happy to see her, although it wasn't Grandma.
Aha! Here she comes!
It's me, Grandma. May I come in?
Come in, my dear. Come right in.
Why, Grandma, you must be very sick. You look so funny.
There's nothing funny about me, dear. Come closer so you can see me better. The light is poor in here.
I brought you some flowers and some fruit and muffins and blackberry jelly.
Thank you, dear. They will go well with my breakfast.
Why, Grandma, I never noticed before, but what big ears you have.
The better to hear you with, my dear.
But Grandma, what big eyes you have.
The better to see you with, my dear.
But Grandma, what big hairy hands you have.
The better to hold you with, my dear.
But, Grandma, what a big mouth you have.
The better to eat you with, my dear. Ouch!
You won't catch me.
Won't I?
Now I'll run for help.
Oh no, you're not escaping so easily, my dear. Now I've got you.
Help! Help!
Once again, the woodsman stopped his work.
That is a cry for help, and it's coming from Grandma's house.
Help! Help!
Someone there is in trouble. The door is locked. This is the fastest way in. Leave that little girl alone.
You can't hurt me without hurting Little Red Riding Hood first.
Meanwhile, in the closet, Grandma had freed herself. She opened the closet door and...
Now, who's making all that noise?
The wolf was so surprised when he heard Grandma speak that he forgot all about Little Red Riding Hood.
Now I'll get you.
Help! 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 Help!
The wolf ran so fast and so far that he was never heard from again. Back in Grandma's cottage,
He was a mean, noisy old wolf, wasn't he?
Yes. I'm so sorry. I stopped to speak to him. I should have listened to my mother.
You always should, dear. If you do, you are sure to live happily ever after.
the end. The Indian rhinoceros is one of the most wonderful animals alive today. It looks very much like the monsters that lived thousands of years ago. Although he is protected by law, bad men try to kill him for his horn and blood. In China, they are used for medicine and are worth half their weight in gold. The Indian rhino's cousin is the black rhinoceros of Africa. He is bad-tempered and will charge at anything, even a truck. In some Eastern countries, people believe that poison becomes harmless if it is drunk from a cup made of a rhinoceros horn. His skin is so thick and tough that African tribesmen use it to make shields to protect themselves. Aesop's Fables, The Fox and the Grapes.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
One summer day, a fox was walking in an orchard when
There's a fine bunch of grapes to quench my thirst.
he jumped.
They're pretty high up.
He jumped again.
They're very high up.
And again.
They're too high up.
And finally, he gave up.
I'm sure those grapes are sour. Anyway.
From Eastern Australia comes the strangest animal in the whole world.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
It is called the duck-billed platypus. It has a duck-like beak, but it isn't a duck. It is hatched out of an egg, but it isn't a bird. It has webbed feet, but it is not even remotely related to a water bird. The males have a poison spur on their hind legs, but they aren't snakes. With all of its strange features, the duck-billed platypus is a regular warm-blooded, air-breathing animal.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Peter Piper.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
A peck of pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked.
A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked.
If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Where's the peck of pickled peppers? Peter Piper picked.
Where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked?
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
A peck of pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked.
A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked.
If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Where's the peck of pickled peppers? Peter Piper picked.
Where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Stage 3.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
A peck of pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked.
A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked.
If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Where's the peck of pickled peppers? Peter Piper picked.
Where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Stage 4. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked?
Classics Illustrated Junior.
Puss in Boots.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
There was once a poor miller who owned nothing more in the world than his mill, his donkey, and his cat. His mill was good for grinding meal. His donkey was good for carrying the sacks to market. And the cat? Well, he was good for catching mice, but nothing more. Now the miller had 3 sons. The first son was strong, the second son was wise, but the third son was only handsome. When the old miller finally passed away, he divided his property among his 3 sons. To the first son he left his mill. To the second son he left his donkey, and to third son, he left only the cat.
What will become of me? I have only a cat. I shall starve. I shall die. Well, what do you find so funny about that? Puss?
Oh, nothing, master. But I was just thinking you could eat me up to keep from starving, and make a fur muff of my skin to keep your hands warm in the winter.
I would not do such a thing to you, Puss, and besides, after you were gone, I would not have anything left.
Well then, I have a better idea. Buy me a burlap bag and a pair of leather boots.
A bag, boots? How would that help me?
When you give me these things, you will see.
You may be just a crazy cat, but I have seen you perform some clever tricks to catch the mice in my father's mill. I'll never forget the time you hid in a sack of meal. I think you caught 5 mice that day.
And so the third son decided to give the cat a chance. The amazing cat looked so fine in his dashing new boots. There was nothing for his young master to do but buy him a hat and cape to go with them.
I cannot call you plain Puss anymore. From now on, you are Puss in Boots.
And I have a new name for you, young master. Marquis of Carabas.
The Marquis of Carabas. But I am only a poor miller's son.
Do just as I say, and you will become the Marquis of Carabas. I have great plans for you. That very night, Puss in Boots set his plans to work. Out into the open fields he went. Now a little tasty bran and sow thistle to line the bottom of my bag. And behold, one very dead pussycat, but not too dead to hear the scampering of rabbits in the field. And sure enough, a family of young rabbits, too young to know the tricks of the world, came frolicking by the cunning cat. One bunny's whiskers twitched as he sniffed the sweet smell of herbs in the bottom of Puss in Boots' bag. So he had to see where it came from. And without thinking, Bonies aren't very good at thinking. He leapt into the open bag. There, my friend, you will make a tasty dish fit for a king. And the king will be the very one to taste this dish. Before long, Puss in Boots stood before the king of the land. I have brought you, sir, a delicious rabbit sent by my noble lord, the Marquis of Carabas.
Thank your master for his kindness.
And later that day, Puss told the story to his doubting master. Thank your master, said his majesty.
Oh, stop it, Puss. I don't believe a word of it.
Next day, Puss in Boots again went hunting. This time he caught a plum partridge.
Another gift from the Marquis of Carabas.
My master knows how much your majesty enjoys a fine feast. His only wish is to serve and please you.
I will show him I am grateful. Take this purse to your master as a gift from me.
As time went by, More gifts and more gold passed between the king and the Marquis of Carabas, and the cat and the king soon became close friends. Then, one fine day, I must learn where His Majesty is taking his daughter, the most beautiful princess in all the world. Can you tell me the road the king will be traveling?
The road by the river, Puss.
Puss in Boots then hurried back to his master.
But why? Why should I bathe in the river?
You do as I say, and your fortune is made. Come, hurry, off with your clothes and into the water. Quick!
But it's chilly.
But a moment later, Puss in Boots had his way. Now to hide these rags and hope he will never have to wear them again.
Puss, Puss, where are my clothes? I want to come out.
A few minutes later, the king's carriage came into view.
Puss, Puss!
Quiet, or you will spoil everything. Just remember now, I will do all the talking. Help! Help! My lord, the Marquis of Carabas, is drowning.
Hurry, guards, to his rescue. My generous friend, the Marquis, must not be left to drown.
And so the king's own guards ran to the rescue of the poor miller's son. In a few minutes, the rescue was made.
My lord, we are sorry to be so rough.
Bring a robe to cover His Excellency.
He shivers with the cold. Where are the Marquis' clothes? What has happened? Where are the Marquis's clothes?
A terrible thing has happened, Your Majesty. His clothes have been stolen. My lord and I have been attacked by a gang of highwaymen, thieves, rogues, murderers. It happened this way.
My lord and I were taking a peaceful ride along the riverside,
when suddenly a band of armed villains leapt from behind the rocks and attacked us. We fought.
What a struggle my young master put up like a wild cat.
But there were too many of them. They stole all he had, even his clothes. They would have murdered him if he had not escaped into the river. But he cannot swim.
He is very smart. My Puss. If I don't die of the cold, he may make me rich after all.
Puss was pleased to see that the lovely princess was secretly admiring his handsome master.
Return to the castle and tell my lord of the royal wardrobe to give you a complete suit of clothes for the Marquis.
You are too kind, Your Majesty.
After all the fine gifts the Marquis has given to me, it is a little thing I do to repay him.
In the king's fine clothes, the miller's son looked like a true nobleman. The king never doubted for a moment that his good friend was a real Marquis.
At last we meet, my friend. Since you have lost your horse, will you ride with us?
Gladly, Your Majesty.
Puss raced ahead of the carriage. I have given my master his name, and the king has given him his clothes. All he needs now is land and a castle. This rich farmland belongs to a wicked magician, but today I will claim it for my master. Oh, there! Stop your work and listen to me. In a few moments, the king will pass by in his carriage. When he asks you whose land this is, you must answer, the Marquis of Carabas. Do you understand?
The Marquis of Carabas.
The Marquis of Carabas. The Marquis of Carabas.
If you do not obey me, you will be chopped as fine as herbs for the pot.
We will obey, sir.
We will obey, sir.
We will obey, sir.
As the royal coach neared the field, Puss in Boots leapt aboard.
Who owns these fine lands?
Just ask the peasants who work them, sir.
Tell me, good people, whose land is this?
This land belongs to the Marquis of Carabas, Your Majesty.
This land belongs to the Marquis of Carabas, Your Majesty.
This land belongs to the Marquis of Carabas, Your Majesty.
Now, if Your Majesty will excuse me, I will hasten ahead to prepare a proper welcome at my master's castle.
Castle? What castle?
Shh! Wait and see.
Puss raised a head, telling all the peasants
that they would be chopped as fine as herbs for the pot if they did not tell the king that the land belonged to the Marquis of Carabas. And wherever the king stopped to ask,
Whose land is this?
the peasants answered,
This land belongs to the Marquis of Carabas.
This land belongs to the Marquis of Carabas.
This land belongs to the Marquis of Carabas.
Before the castle of the wicked magician, Puss in Boots stopped to think. And now comes the hardest part of all. Can a cat conquer a castle? Now, Puss in Boots knew that no one would lower the gate across the moat just for a cat. So, help! Help! Oh, please help a damsel in distress! As the solid gate was lowered, when no damsel in distress could be found, up went the gate, and Puss entered the castle unnoticed.
I thought I heard a woman calling for help.
Maybe it was just the wind.
A few minutes later, there he is! The magician who owns this castle, and all the lands I have claimed for the Marquis of Carabas. Your Excellency, please forgive my boldness in appearing before you like this. But I have come many hundreds of miles for just one look at you.
What made you come so far to see me, Puss?
I heard you are the greatest magician in all the world, and I wanted to see for myself if it was true.
Of course, it is true. I can turn myself into any shape you wish. An elephant, a tiger, a lion.
Impossible. I do not believe you can turn yourself into a lion, sir.
Without another word, the magician turned himself into a ferocious, roaring lion, and nearly scared poor Puss in Boots out of his wits.
I believe you. I believe you. Please, turn back to your kind old self. Please.
Oh, impossible, eh? frighten you, didn't I, Kitty?
That you did, sir, but I am sure you would never harm a poor creature like me.
Don't be too sure. I am just not hungry right now.
Then I am lucky, indeed. There is just one more thing, Your Excellency. I have heard that you can also become a wee, small animal, like a mouse or a rat. But this, I am sure, would be too difficult for you.
What do you mean? Too difficult? There is nothing I cannot do. Watch.
In a twinkling, the boastful magician turned himself into a tiny mouse. Ah, my friend, you may be the greatest magician in all the world, but I am the greatest mouser.
And that was the end of The Wicked Old Magician.
Attention, guards.
Prepare to welcome the king and your new master, the great Marquis of Carabas.
Now, the servants and the guards were so happy to be rid of their wicked master. They gladly obeyed Puss's orders. And when the royal carriage arrived, "Welcome, Your Majesty and Your Royal Highness, to the home of my lord and master, the Marquis of Carabas." Everyone was pleased with the handsome new lord of the castle, and the finest feast that had ever been prepared in the kingdom was served.
I have never been so well entertained, my lord of Carabas. It will be your own fault if you do not become my son-in-law.
Is the beautiful princess willing to marry me?
Oh, indeed, I am.
And so, a few days later, the miller's son and the most beautiful princess in all the world were married, and everyone lived happily ever after.
Classics Illustrated Junior.
Puss in Boots.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Aesop's Fables, The Fox and the Stork.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
There was once a fox who thought it would be fun to play a joke on his friend, the stork.
Will you have dinner with me tonight, dear stork? I will have a very tasty surprise for you.
I would be delighted.
But the tasty surprise was served in a plate so flat the long-beaked stork couldn't possibly eat.
What do you think of this? Delicious, isn't it?
I won't let him know I haven't touched it. The best food I ever tasted. Now you must dine with me tomorrow night.
When the fox arrived at the stork's home, he found his friend had a surprise for him too.
Eat hearty, dear fox.
But there was no way for the fox to get to the food inside.
This is a fine way to treat a hungry guest. I can't even get a nibble.
Don't be a poor sport, my friend. If you cannot take a joke, it is better not to make one yourself.
The End.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
There was a crooked man.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
There was a crooked man, and he went a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence against a crooked stile.
There was a crooked man, and he walked a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence against a crooked stile.
He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a little crooked house.
He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a little crooked house.
There was a crooked man, and he went a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence against a crooked stile. He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a little crooked house.
There was a crooked man, and he walked a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence against a crooked stile. He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a little crooked house.
Three Wise Men of Gotham.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Three wise men of Gotham went to sea in a bowl.
Three wise men of Gotham, they went to sea in a bowl.
If the bowl had been stronger, my story would have been longer.
And if that bowl had been stronger, my song had been longer.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Giraffe.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
The giraffe is the tallest of all our animals. He is also one of the strangest looking. The tallest measure, 18 feet high, 3 times the height of a 6-foot man. The giraffe's favorite food is the leaves of the acacia plant, which has no low branches. In spite of its long neck, the giraffe can run very fast. In a race with a horse, the giraffe is faster. The giraffe is one of the few animals that can stand up to the lion. It uses its hind legs with great force to kick its enemies.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Aesop's Fables. The miller, his son, and their donkey.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
There was once a miller and his son who were leading their donkey to market.
ho, ho, look how they treat the beast like a prince. Beasts were made to be ridden on, not to walk in the company of men.
So the son got on the donkey's back, but further down the road.
Why, you lazy booby of a boy, why don't you get down and let your father ride?
And so
I think it's a shame to make a young boy walk in the mud when you've got a donkey to ride.
then they both got on the donkey's back, but
Lazy good-for-nothings. Breaking the back of that poor animal.
Why, you could carry him better than he can carry you.
not wishing to seem cruel to the animal, the miller and his son took the traveler's advice and carried the donkey. But again,
now everyone is laughing at us.
And see, they are making the donkey angry.
the donkey became so angry he kicked free of the cords that bound him and, with a splash, fell into the swift-running river below.
We've lost our donkey.
That should teach us that when you try to please everyone, you will end by pleasing no one.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
To market, to market.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
To market, to market. To buy a fat pig. Home again, jiggity jig.
To market, to buy a fat pig. Home again, jiggity, jiggity, jig.
To market, to buy a fat hog. Home again, jiggity jog.
To market, to buy a fat hog. Home again, jiggity, jiggity, jog.
To market, to buy a plum bun. Home again, market is done.
To market, to buy a plum cake. Home again, market is done.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
The grizzly bear.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
There are only about 800 grizzly bears left in the United States today. Most of them live in Montana and Wyoming. Because his claws are only slightly curved, the grizzly bear cannot climb trees like his smaller cousin, the black bear. When huge numbers of buffalo roamed the western plains, the grizzly bear liked to hunt the very young or the very old and weak members of the herd. But if he had to, he would fight the strong buffalo bulls too. The grizzly bear is the fiercest animal on the North American continent. Many years ago, the Indians, armed only with bows and arrows, were afraid of him. The brave who defeated a grizzly bear became a hero to his tribe. The largest grizzly bears sometimes are as much as 8 feet tall and weigh 1,000 pounds. The average grizzly, though, weighs between 400 and 500 pounds. The Grizzly Bear,
read by George Pitropogiannakis. Classics Illustrated Junior,
Pinocchio,
read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Poor old Geppetto sat carving a block of wood one day when suddenly...
Ah! You're tickling me.
That is odd. I thought this wood spoke just now.
And a little later,
Am I imagining it? Is this puppet head really staring at me?
Forgetting to make the ears, Geppetto continued his work. Then...
Here! Stop that! You can't even finish yet, and you make fun of old Geppetto. You'll ask them.
Finish me then, and I'll show you more tricks.
What a fresh young puppet he was. But Geppetto quickly grew to love him. He named him Pinocchio. One day...
Where is my papa? I'm hungry. Why doesn't he come home and feed me?
You will be sorry, Pinocchio. You shouldn't treat your old papa so badly.
Oh, Pooh, who wants to listen to you?
But when Geppetto entered...
Here, my son, I bought you a spelling book, so you can go to school and learn to be like a real boy.
Papa, what did you do with your coat?
I sold it to buy your book.
And it's so cold, you are shivering. How good you are to me. I'm sorry I've been so bad to you.
The very next day...
Today, at school, I will learn to read, tomorrow to write, and the next day, I'll learn my numbers. Then I'll be smart enough to earn money to buy my papa a new coat.
But on his way to school, Pinocchio heard that there was a puppet show in town.
I'd like to see it, but I haven't any money.
I will buy that fine spelling book from you. Then you will have money to see the show.
And a few minutes later...
Look, who's in the balcony? Our brother, Pinocchio. Come down, little brother, join us.
The owner of the puppets became angry when he saw the show stop.
On with the show. Give us our money back. You started this. I heard you call this rascal puppet down. Now you will become firewood to roast my dinner on.
Oh, sir, use me for firewood instead. It was my fault. I shouldn't have sold my spelling book. I shouldn't have come to the puppet show. Burn me instead.
You are a good, brave boy. I will not burn your friend, even if I must eat my dinner raw. And here, my boy, is some money to buy another book.
Later.
3, 4, 5 gold pieces. I'm rich. Now I can buy my papa a new coat.
He won't be rich for long.
Pinocchio, your poor shivering papa sent us to find you. I've been so wicked to him, but now I'll make him rich.
We know a way that you can make him richer. Come with us. We will show you how to plant your gold in the field of miracles. Then, instead of 5 gold pieces, you will have a whole tree full of them.
Pinocchio was soon convinced.
It seems a long way to the field of miracles. But my papa won't be angry with me for staying away when he sees all the gold I bring him. Let me carry your gold pieces. I will keep them safe for you.
Be careful, Pinocchio. Go home before it is too late.
I won't go home, but I had better hide my gold pieces.
Didn't you hear, my good friend? He said, you should give him the gold.
We must not let you lose the gold pieces. Think of your poor dear papa.
Then he's lost them already. There's nothing here.
In his mouth. I'll look in his mouth.
But the puppet's wooden head was too hard for the wicked cat. Pinocchio clenched his teeth and kept his gold.
Here, put this rope around him and tie him up. Maybe then he'll give us the gold.
Oh, if I had only obeyed my dear papa and gone to school.
Come on, let's get dinner. We'll come back for you later.
But nearby...
Falcon, fly to that puppet dangling from the big oak. Break the rope with your beak and lay him gently at the foot of the tree.
After the falcon had flown to the rescue, a beautiful little carriage, lined inside with whipped cream, custard and biscuits, and driven by a majestic poodle, was sent to bring Pinocchio to the home of the Blue Fairy.
He seems to be sick. I must summon the best doctors in the land.
At once the doctors appeared.
I wish to ask you, gentlemen, if this puppet is sick or well.
The puppet is quite sick, but if he is not sick, that would be a sign that he is well.
No, the puppet is well. But if he is not well, that would be a sign that he is sick.
These two do not know what they are talking about. But I do know this puppet. He is a rogue and a rascal who will make his poor papa sick of a broken heart.
At these hard words, Pinocchio burst into tears.
When a sick person cries, it is a sign he will get well.
When a sick person cries, it is a sign that he is sorry he is sick.
When the doctors had gone, Pinocchio told the Blue Fairy
why he was hung from the big oak tree.
And the gold pieces, what became of them?
Why, I lost them in the woods.
I will send the poodle to find them. He finds everything that is lost in the woods.
Oh no! Now I remember. I swallowed them. What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at your nose. You see, it grows every time you tell a lie.
So Pinocchio told the truth. He had taken the gold pieces out of his mouth and put them in his pocket. Then the fairy had a flock of woodpeckers peck his nose down to its natural length. And once more, Pinocchio set out to plant his gold.
The fairy said the field of miracles was on the other side of this town. But why did she beg me not to plant my gold? Just think. My papa and I will soon be rich.
Later, while the poor puppet slept,
I knew if we waited long enough, we'd get this gold.
the next morning,
It's gone. Ha! You believe that money can be grown like beans. Don't you know you have to work to make your riches grow?
sadly, the little puppet returned empty-handed to the home of Geppetto.
The door is locked. Papa, Papa, I have come home.
You are wasting your breath. Pinocchio, you are gone so long. Your papa built a boat and set out to sea to look for you.
Pinocchio rushed to the seashore, but he was too late. Poor Pinocchio! I just saw your papa swallowed by a huge fish. Pinocchio sadly returned to the home of the Blue Fairy.
Dear fairy, may I stay with you? I'll work hard. I'll clean house. I'll carry water.
You'll go to school and study hard. Yes, you may stay.
So, before long, Pinocchio became the hardest working pupil in the school. But this didn't make the boys like him very much.
The puppet is making us all look like dunces.
Let's teach him not to be so smart.
Trying to be better than a real boy. Silly trees down.
It didn't take long for the boys to learn how hard a puppet's fists can be. Yipe! Ow! Yatch! Decided it was safer to make friends.
You are one of us, Pinocchio, even though you are not a real boy.
That night,
I wish I were a real boy instead of a funny wooden puppet.
If you are good and brave and keep working hard, someday you may have your wish.
but the very next day,
Nowhere. I'm going to a wonderful place where you never have to work. Just play and have fun all day long. Want to come?
No! Where did you say it was?
It's called the Land of Boobies. And here's the coach to take me there. Make up your mind, Pinocchio.
a land where there's no work and all play. I'll come.
There was no more room inside the coach, so the puppet had to ride donkey back.
All that studying was hurting my head anyway.
Poor fool!
Did you speak, donkey?
I spoke and I weep, as you will weep someday. You will be sorry you left school, and the ones who love you.
But Pinocchio did not listen to the wise words of the donkey. After all, what does a donkey know? When the coach arrived at the wonderful land of the boobies, Pinocchio was happy to join the noisy, laughing boys. He forgot all about work and the Blue Fairy and old Geppetto. For many months he played and played until one morning Pinocchio awoke to see a frightening sight. And a few minutes later,
You too?
You too?
well, what did you expect?
Boys who play all day instead of studying
Are sure to turn into donkeys.
You look so funny. Ha, 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 ha.
So do you. Hey, 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 ha, hey, ha.
Hee ha! I can't stand up straight.
It's true, we are donkeys. Hee-haw!
just then. Do I hear donkeys? I guess these two are ready for market. Open up!
I said, open up! What did you think I brought you to this land for? To play the rest of your lives. Now that you are donkeys, you will bring a good price in the marketplace.
And soon after, the donkey, Pinocchio, was sold to the owner of a circus.
Hey! Is that all I have to eat?
What do you want? Chicken, remember, you are a donkey.
How much better it would have been if I had stayed in school.
And worse was to come.
I didn't buy you just to feed you. Come now, jump. Now again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Dance, dance.
At last the night came.
When the new donkey was ready for his first performance.
Presenting Pinocchio, the famous dancing donkey. Watch him waltz, watch him tango, watch him jump through hoops of fire.
Pinocchio danced well, but when it came to jumping through hoops,
Look! His hoof is gone!
Oh, my leg is hurt.
Poor Pinocchio, poor little donkey.
A hurt leg, eh? You are no good to me anymore.
So, once more, Pinocchio was sold.
Before I can use him, I will have to give him a bath.
The good sea water began to make wonderful changes in the little donkey. And soon...
What? Where's my donkey?
I am your donkey.
I have been robbed. I have lost my donkey. A puppet is no good to me.
Pinocchio was only too glad to be tossed into the cool waves. But suddenly, Pinocchio swam as fast as his wooden arms and legs would go. But it was no use. The huge fish just opened his mouth in a giant yawn and swallowed him.
Where am I? It is night all of a sudden.
Then the puppet saw a light in the distance.
Papa, my dear Papa,
My son, Pinocchio.
I have found you at last. I will never leave you again. Never, never again.
Ah, my son, that is true. For how will we ever escape from the stomach of this fish?
Then
What was that?
That was the fish. He is a very old fish, and when he sleeps, he snores.
Then he is asleep.
Yes, and he sleeps with his mouth open.
Then, Papa, now is the time to escape. Come,
But I cannot swim.
I will help you now. Jump, Papa.
It is a long, long way to shore, my son. It will tire you too much to carry me all the way.
Don't worry, Papa. I am strong.
but hours later,
I still cannot see the shore.
Do not be afraid. I will save you, Papa.
at last a friendly wave washed them up on the sandy shore. Leaning on each other, Geppetto and Pinocchio came home. The poor bare room seemed richer than a palace to the weary wanderers. That night a wonderful thing happened, and the wooden puppet Pinocchio awoke to find.
I'm a boy. I'm a real live boy. Papa, look at me.
How did this happen? Everything has changed overnight.
I think I know who did it. The Blue Fairy.
No, Pinocchio, you did it yourself. Last night, when you rescued your papa and swam through the terrible sea and didn't give up, though your heart was ready to burst, you proved you weren't a wooden head anymore. You were ready to become a real boy.
The end. Classics Illustrated Junior,
Pinocchio.
read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Pirate Story from A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Three of us afloat in the meadow by the swing.
Three of us afloat in the meadow by the swing.
Three of us aboard in the basket on the Lea.
Three of us aboard in the basket on the lea.
Winds are in the air. They are blowing in the spring.
Winds are in the air. They are blowing in the spring.
Waves are on the meadow like the waves there are at sea.
And waves are on the meadow like the waves there are at sea.
Where shall we adventure today that we're afloat?
Where shall we adventure today that we're afloat?
Weary of the weather and steering by a star.
Weary of the weather and steering by a star.
Shall it be to Africa, a steering of the boat?
Shall it be to Africa, a steering of the boat?
To Providence or Babylon, or off to Malabar?
To Providence or Babylon, or off to Malabar.
Hi, but here's a squadron a-rowing on the sea.
Hi, but there's a squadron a-rowing on the sing.
Cattle on the meadow, a-charging with a roar.
Cattle on the meadow, a-charging with a roar.
Quick, and we'll escape them. They're as mad as they can be.
Quick, and we'll escape them. They're as mad as they can be.
The wicket is the harbor, and the garden is the shore.
The wicket is the harbor, and the garden is the shore.
Pirate Story from A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Aesop's Fables.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Ant and the Grasshopper. There was once a grasshopper who did nothing all summer long, but fiddle on his fiddle and sing and play.
Hi, old friend Ant. Won't you stop and talk a while?
Haven't time.
Don't you ever play?
There is a time for work and a time for play.
But why work now?
Ever hear of winter?
Winter. I'll worry about winter when winter comes.
But when the snow began to fall,
Brah, it is freezing and I am hungry. But there is no food anywhere. Just snow, snow, snow. It is warm inside the anthill, but there is no room in there for me.
inside the warm anthill, the shivering grasshopper could see the merry ants feasting on the food they worked so hard to collect all summer.
Now I know why the ant worked so hard. I had fun all summer, but it is no fun now. Brrr.
The end. Aesop's Fables.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Ant and the Grasshopper. From Australia, the home of many strange animals, comes the wild dog known as the dingo.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Some men believe that many thousands of years ago, the caveman came to Australia and brought the dingo with him.
The dingo has lived there ever since.
The dingo is not well liked. It kills many sheep and chickens. Farmers hunt down as many of them as they can. Sometimes Australian bushmen used dingo as a hunting dog. But the dingo is not very reliable, and very often it will run away. The dingo is very independent. The Bushmen say that when it gets tired of hunting, it lies down and refuses to move. If the owner wishes to bring it home, he must carry it. Aesop's Fables.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Actor and the Farmer. There was once a rich man who was very bored.
Now that we have feasted, what is there for us to do? I have seen too many players, dancers, and musicians. I am sick of them all. I will give a fat reward to anyone who can show me a new kind of entertainment.
The next day, in the marketplace.
Notice 100 gold pieces to the man who can find a new way to make me laugh. A rich man. And before evening.
I can do it. Just give me a stage and an audience.
Fine. You will perform tomorrow night.
The next night?
Well, he has his crowd and he has his stage. He had better not disappoint me.
Then the man who was an actor appeared.
The sounds you are about to hear have never before been heard coming from a man's throat. Oink, oink, oink.
He has a pig hidden on him. It must be a trick. Search him. Search him.
Yes, search him. If this is a trick, I will have him thrown into jail.
But
he has no pig hidden.
He has a rare talent. Indeed, if he can squeal like a pig.
Oink, oink, oink.
Bravo! Hooray!
But one farmer in the audience was not very pleased.
What is so great about sounding like a pig?
He leaped to the stage and...
Do you call that a pig squeal? Come here tomorrow, and I will show you what a pig really sounds like.
Ah, a contest? Now this begins to interest me. We will see what this rude farmer can do. Tomorrow we will give him a chance.
Thank you, sir.
But the audience already favored the actor.
Get the farmer off the stage.
Ish, boo boo.
The poor farmer was no hero at home either.
Must you make a fool of yourself in front of all those people? How will I face the neighbors? They will laugh us off the land. Have you not enough work to do with the pigs? Must you go out and make a sound like one?
If you can hold your tongue for a moment, go and fetch me my great cloak.
The next day, a great crowd gathered. Most of the people had come to make fun of the farmer.
He cannot be as good as the actor.
He is crazy to think he can do better.
It may be worth a laugh to see him try.
I told you they would only laugh at you. Oh, I am so ashamed.
Well, the farmer brought out a large crowd. But I will be surprised if he makes good his boast.
The actor stepped forward and the contest began.
Hurrah for the actor! Show up the farmer!
Be patient, my friends. We must give the poor fellow a fair chance. But first, I will show him how a pig sounds. Oink, oink, oink.
Then it was the farmer's turn.
Good friends.
Unseen by the audience, he reached inside his cloak and...
Now you will hear the way a pig really sounds.
That doesn't sound like a pig. Nothing like a pig.
Throw him out!
Nothing like a pig. Eh? Have any of you ever heard a real pig squeal? Well, hear one now. You see what fine judges you are. You would rather be fooled by a clever actor than believe the real thing when you hear it. And so...
You have amused me well and have earned the 100 gold pieces.
Thank you, sir. And my pig thanks you too.
The end.
Classic Illustrated Junior.
Aesop's Fables.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Actor and the Farmer. The Steadfast Tin Soldier by Hans Christian Andersen.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
There were once 25 tin soldiers who were all brothers, for they had been made out of the same old tin spoon. All the soldiers were exactly alike, except one.
If the tinsmith had not run out of tin just as I was being made, I would have 2 legs like my brothers.
The very first words the tin soldiers heard in this world were
Tin soldiers, just what I wanted. Here is a fellow with 1 leg. He is no good for fighting.
But see, he stands just as well on his 1 leg as the others do on 2.
Yes, he does. I will pretend he has been wounded and is the bravest of them all.
He will not have to pretend. I will someday prove to him that I am the bravest.
He looked about for a proper foe to prove his courage by. But all he saw was a pretty paper palace with cut-out windows, a lake, and prettiest of all, a little paper dancing doll who balanced daintily on 1 tiptoe, hiding her other leg high beneath her ballet skirt.
Ah, she has only 1 leg like me. If she will only have me, she is the wife for me. But she is so grand. She lives in a palace, while I have only a box.
Soon darkness fell, and all the people in the house went to sleep. But not the toys. For now it was time for them to play.
Oh, there you two. Why don't you join us?
But the dancing doll did not say a word. She had caught the eye of the little tin soldier, and her heart stood still. So in love was the soldier, he could not move from the spot. Then the hour of midnight struck. Crack! Up flew the lid of a strange box on the table.
Quiet! How can I sleep? You, tin soldier, stop staring at my dancing doll. She is mine. Do you hear? Are you deaf and dumb? I told you not to look at her. You don't obey me, eh? You just wait until tomorrow.
Snap! Back in the box went the angry toy, but his nasty words still rang in the soldier's ears.
Now what do you suppose will happen tomorrow?
Morning came. A stiff breeze blew in the open window. Suddenly,
My tin soldier.
No one will ever know if it was the breeze
or the work of the wicked Jack in the Box that sent the little soldier tumbling out of the window. But a few seconds later, the little boy came to look for him.
Tin soldier. Tin soldier. Where are you?
If I called out, he would find me. But it would not be proper for me to shout, since I am in uniform.
Later. Now he is gone, and rain is beginning to fall. My dancing doll is inside, and I am lost out here. I must remember to be brave. The rain fell in torrents, making puddles that looked like roaring rivers to the tiny tin soldier. When it finally stopped raining,
Look what I found. A one-legged soldier. Let's give him a sail. Here, I'll make a boat out of this old newspaper.
Then we'll sail him out to sea.
the boat swiftly rode the rapids down the gutter. Round and round went the paper boat, but the soldier did not move a muscle. Up and down tossed the paper boat, but the soldier stood steadfast. Suddenly, the water rushed into darkness.
Where am I going now? Ah, the Jack in the Box must have hated me, to want me to suffer so. If only my dancing doll were here.
All at once,
Fairy La Paz, come out with your pass. Your pass? Where is your pass?
Stop him. He hasn't shown his pass.
but the paper boat raced swiftly by, and the tin soldier saw daylight ahead. Then he heard a fearful roaring sound.
I must be brave, no matter what happens.
The boat dashed on, whirled around 4 times, and dropped suddenly down a waterfall. Filled with water to the brim, the poor paper boat came apart and...
I am sinking. Now I am lost. On, soldier, on. Be brave until the end. Goodbye, dancing doll.
Just then,
it is darker here than in the tunnel, and there is no room to move.
the fish leaped and dived, bouncing the poor soldier about in a frightful manner. But all at once he was called up out of the water. For many hours all was still in the darkness inside the fish. At last,
I'll take this one.
and once more the tin soldier went bumpety, bumpety inside the big fish.
Will this evil spell never end?
But then he thought of the lovely dancing doll, and he felt much better. Just then, he saw a bright light.
How did this one-legged fellow get in here?
Show him to the mistress at once.
After the gallant soldier was cleaned and polished, he was presented in the parlor.
Inside a fish, you say? Remarkable.
Everyone in the parlor wanted to see the amazing little soldier who had traveled about inside the fish.
What courage he had! I would have died of fright.
How strong he must be to have lived through such an ordeal.
It really is hard to believe.
Look, son, this soldier was swallowed by a fish and...
Why, I know him, mother. See, he is my one-legged soldier, the one that fell out of the window.
And sure enough, after all his fearful journey, the little soldier found himself back at home. And there was his lovely dancing doll. No one could be sure, but it sounded like a nasty noise. It was coming from the wicked Jack-in-the-Box. Suddenly, for no reason at all.
Why do I want this old lame soldier anyway? There! Now he's gone for good.
Lighted by the flames, the little soldier felt a strange heat. But whether it was the heat of the fire or the heat of his love for the dancing doll, he did not know.
He cannot be saved. He is already melting. Why did you do such a thing to the brave tin soldier?
I don't know, mother. I don't know. Something made me do it.
Now the Jack-in-the-Box rocked with laughter.
Ha ha ha!
As the melting soldier looked at his love, a glow of hope gave him the courage to hold his head high in the flames. Suddenly, a door opened and a draft blew into the room, lifting the dancing doll from the tabletop. With pretty arms outstretched, she fluttered toward the blazing fireplace. Together at last, the steadfast tin soldier and his dancing doll leapt up from the flames to a heavenly toilet, where no mean Jack-in-the-Box could keep them apart again. The next morning, all that was found in the fireplace was a small tin heart. Melted into it was the silver spangle of the dancing doll. The end. The Steadfast Tin Soldier by Hans Christian Andersen.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Young Night Thought from A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
All night long and every night when my mama puts out the light.
All night long and every night when my mama puts out the light.
I see the people marching by as plain as day before my eye.
I see people marching by as plain as day before my eye.
Armies and emperors and kings, all carrying different kinds of things.
Armies and emperors and kings, and carrying different kinds of things.
And marching in so grand a way you never saw the like by day. So fine a show was never seen as the great circus on the green.
So fine a show was never seen at the great circus on the green.
For every kind of beast and man is marching in that caravan.
For every kind of beast and man is marching in that caravan.
At first they move a little slow, but still the faster on they go.
At first they move a little slow, but still the faster on they go.
And still beside them, close I keep, until we reach the town of sleep.
And still beside them close I keep, until we reach the land of sleep.
The Fat Man of Bombay.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
There was a fat man of Bombay who was smoking one sunshiny day.
There was a fat man of Bombay who was smoking one sunshiny day.
When a bird called a snipe flew away with his pipe.
When a bird called a snipe flew away with his pipe,
which vexed the fat man of Bombay.
which vexed the fat man of Bombay.
There was a fat man of Bombay who was smoking one sunshiny day.
There was a fat man of Bombay who was smoking one sunshiny day.
When a bird called a snipe flew away with his pipe.
When a bird called a snipe flew away with his pipe,
which vexed the fat man of Bombay.
which vexed the fat man of Bombay.
Aladdin and his lamp.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Long ago, in a faraway land, there lived a widow and her only son, Aladdin. One day, an African magician watched young Aladdin at play.
He looks like the boy I need to help me.
The sly sorcerer learned about Aladdin by questioning his neighbors. The next day,
Dear nephew, child of my departed brother, embrace your uncle.
Uncle.
puzzled, Aladdin took the magician to his home.
Mother, this gentleman says he is my father's brother.
My husband never spoke of a brother.
Gentle and beautiful sister, let me explain.
In no time, the clever magician had convinced Aladdin and his mother that he was really a good uncle.
I will make you both rich. We will buy a shop and make a great merchant of this boy.
The next day, Aladdin went for a walk with the magician.
If you do as I say, you will be as rich as those who live in these palaces, Aladdin.
Soon they were out in the lonely countryside.
Gather some wood. Let us have a fire.
When the fire blazed, Aladdin was astonished to hear Abracazar, Shalinur, Bizra. Then the earth opened before his eyes.
Now do as I say. Take hold of the ring and lift that stone.
But I cannot lift it. It is too heavy.
You can lift it. I order you to.
Why, that was easy.
Now you must go down into the hole. If you do as I say, we will be richer than you have ever dreamed.
Listen carefully. Beyond that door is a huge hall containing 3 rooms. You must not touch anything in them. The 3rd room leads out to a garden. In a corner of the garden, on a stone table, you will see a lamp. Bring me that lamp. Put this ring on your finger. Without it, you cannot enter the hall. A few minutes later, Aladdin found himself in a great marble hall. There were jewels and riches all around him. They walked through the 3 rooms. Then,
This must be the garden my uncle spoke of. And this must be the lamp he wishes. I wonder why he wants only this lamp, when there are so many fine jewels and riches here.
at the mouth of the cave,
Please, uncle, give me your hand to help me out.
give me the lamp first.
Oh, give me your hand to help me out.
No, you must give me the lamp first. But Aladdin did not do as the magician wished. This made the evil man so angry that Wizandar Ula! Earth close over Aladdin. And before he knew what had happened, Aladdin was sealed into the darkness of the cave.
What will become of me? I can't live here. Perhaps if I pray.
Placing his hands together to pray, Aladdin rubbed the ring the magician had given him. Suddenly,
What do you wish? I am the genie of the ring. I serve him who wears the ring on his finger.
Whoever you are, get me out of this place. Please.
No sooner had he spoken the words when I'm free. I'm outside the cave. This is indeed a magic ring.
when he returned home, Aladdin told his mother the strange tale.
I wonder what the magician wanted with this old lamp. Well, who cares? Now I am hungry.
Son, I fear the magician finished all we had. I have no money to buy food.
Maybe we can sell this lamp and get some money for food.
Let me polish it first. It will bring a better price.
Aladdin's mother began to polish the lamp, rubbing it hard with fine sand and water. Then,
What do you wish? I am the genie of the lamp. I serve him who holds the lamp in his hand.
I am hungry. Bring me something to eat. Do not be frightened, mother. From now on, we will certainly have enough to eat.
by selling the gold and silver, the genie brought him. Aladdin and his mother were no longer poor, but they lived simply as always and did not try to become wealthy. The years passed. One day,
the Sultan commands that you shut up your shops and keep within doors. The Princess Budir al-Budur and her procession are going to the bath.
They say she is the most beautiful princess in the world. I must see her.
At the risk of losing his life, Aladdin hid near the door of the bath as the lovely princess prepared to enter. Later, at home.
How strange you look, my son. Has the genie enchanted you?
Not the genie, mother. The Princess Budir al-Budur has enchanted me. I will ask the Sultan if I may marry her.
Oh, my son, you must not. The Sultan would never allow you to.
He may, if I dazzle him with jewels, which my genie will get for me.
So Aladdin's mother went to see the Sultan.
Good woman, you have waited patiently to see me. What is your wish?
Sir, forgive the boldness of one as low as I, but receive this gift from my son, Aladdin, who has been smitten with love for your daughter and wishes to marry her.
Marry my daughter? Never.
But when he saw the jewels...
Amazing! I have never seen anything so beautiful. It is a gift worthy of a princess, indeed.
But who is this Aladdin? Has he more wealth?
We will see. Good woman, tell your son he may marry my daughter if he can send me 40 trays of gold filled with the same sort of jewels as these.
Before another sun had risen.
I cannot believe it. All that I asked for stands before me in less than a day. Where is this Aladdin? Tell him to come to me at once.
Aladdin's mother raced home with the message.
The Sultan is ready to see you.
In good time, mother. When the genie has carried out all of my orders, I will go. When Aladdin was ready, he went. And what a grand sight he was, riding a white charger on his way to the Sultan's palace.
Welcome, my son. You have proved you are worthy of my daughter.
Sir, before I marry your daughter, permit me to build a palace near your own that will be worthy of her also.
As soon as Aladdin returned home,
What is your wish?
Build me a palace fit to receive the princess.
And the genie went at once and carried out his wish. After the wedding, Princess Budir al-Budur went to her new home. There, Aladdin's mother, dressed like a queen, greeted her new daughter. As for the Sultan,
magnificent. Aladdin, you have made me the happiest man in all the world.
No happier than I am, sir.
And for several years, good Prince Aladdin and his wife won the love of all the people with their kindness and charity. But one day in Africa,
I wonder whatever happened to the boy Aladdin. This magic chart will tell me. What? He escaped from the cave and has become a prince?
At once, the African magician sped by magic power to Aladdin's palace.
It is true, the genie of the lamp has done all this for the poor beggar. I will see it undone.
Then
I wish to speak to your master, Aladdin.
The prince has gone on a hunting trip and will not return for 5 days.
So much the better for me. Now, Abracazar, rose vines, tell me, is the lamp with Aladdin or is it within the palace?
Within the palace.
a few minutes later,
I would like a dozen well-polished copper lamps.
Here you are, sir.
Then,
who will exchange old lamps for new ones?
Whoever heard of giving new lamps for old?
He must be a madman.
And in the palace,
Who is that old man? What is the crowd laughing at? Go and see. Perhaps it will amuse us too.
the old man is mad, Your Highness. He is giving away bright new lamps for old ones.
Ha! How silly! But wait a minute. I know how we can have some fun. There is an old lamp on the shelf in Prince Aladdin's room. I am sure he will be glad to find a new one in its place.
And so, old man, give me a new lamp for this.
Here you are, a bright and shiny one.
What a crazy old man! He really did give you a new lamp for an old one. Won't Aladdin be surprised?
Meanwhile,
I have what I want. You can have these.
As soon as the wicked magician was alone, he rubbed the magic lamp.
What is your wish? I am ready to obey you as the slave of him who has the lamp in his hands.
I command you to take me and Aladdin's palace with all the people in it to Africa.
Without a moment's delay, the genie whisked the great palace through the air and set it down in a distant spot on the edge of an African desert. The next morning,
Aladdin's palace, it has vanished. Look!
Vanished? Impossible! But then there is no stranger than the speed with which it was built. Aladdin has probably taken it with him on his hunting trip, and your daughter with it. I would send a guard to seize him.
And this was soon done.
Prince Aladdin, you are under arrest.
What have I done?
At the palace.
Do not pretend you are innocent. You have stolen my daughter.
Stolen your daughter? How? When?
What did you do with your palace?
It is gone, but where?
Then,
I beg you, sir, give me 40 days to find my palace.
I will give you exactly 40 days.
in disgrace, Aladdin left the Sultan and wandered among the people in the streets.
Did anyone see my palace? Is there anyone who can tell me where it might be?
Good Prince Aladdin, we are sorry, but we know nothing.
After many days of hopeless searching, I have lost my home, my wife, my mother. Suddenly, Aladdin stumbled. The magician's ring, which Aladdin still wore, rubbed against a rock.
What do you wish?
My palace? Do you know where my palace is? Can you bring it back to me?
It is not in my power to move the palace. I am only the genie of the ring, not the lamp.
Then I command you, by the power of the ring, take me to the spot where my palace now stands.
And in less time than it takes to tell it, Aladdin found himself in Africa, standing before his beautiful palace. And upstairs,
Madam, Prince Aladdin is here.
Go quickly and open the secret door for him.
a few minutes later, Princess Budir al-Budur had told Aladdin the whole story.
You cannot be blamed, my dear, for not knowing the lamp was magic. Now, listen carefully. I have a plan. You must invite the magician to dine with you tonight.
After telling the princess what to do, Aladdin left the palace by the secret door.
The princess said, the magician always carries the lamp with him. It will not be hard to get it then.
Aladdin did not want to be recognized. So,
good man, will you exchange your clothes with me?
I would be a fool not to.
And in a shop that sold drugs and powders.
Here is a gold piece for a drug to put my old horse to sleep.
Meanwhile, the magician had arrived for dinner. Aladdin soon returned with the drug.
Put this in the magician's cup.
As you wish, Prince Aladdin.
Ah, you must show me some of your wonderful magic tricks.
Gladly, princess. But first, I will drink to you.
The princess and Aladdin held their breath as the cup was drained. At once, the magician fell back, asleep.
He will sleep and not dream. And when he awakes, he will remember nothing.
Now, genie, you are my slave again. I command you, take us and the palace home again. In a moment, all that was left on the edge of the desert was the lonely form of the sleeping magician. When he awoke,
What happened to me? Where am I? I cannot remember anything. Do you know who I am? Can you tell me if I am a prince or a beggar or a merchant?
but no one knew. And to the end of his days, the old magician never practiced his evil magic again. Meanwhile,
it is back. The palace is back.
The people of the city were as happy as their sultan to have Aladdin back. Good Prince Aladdin is home again.
Long may he live.
He has made us rich and happy.
So, long and happily, Aladdin and his princess lived, sharing with all they knew the pleasures that their magic wealth had brought them. The end. Aladdin and his lamp.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis. Nearly always think of the huge whale as a fish.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
He is really a warm-blooded mammal. It is certain that millions of years ago he lived on land. The biggest member of the whale family is called the sperm whale. Sometimes he reaches a length of 84 feet. The sperm whale can descend to great depths. Some say he goes down as much as a mile. There he seeks the giant octopus for food. The sperm whale is eagerly sought for whale bone and oil. It is dangerous work. With one flip of his giant tail, he can wreck a whaleboat. The sperm whale has a mouth big enough in which to float a rowboat. He can swallow a fish 10 feet long in one gulp.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Aesop's Fables, The Boy and the Wolf. Read by George Pitropogiannakis. There once was a mischievous shepherd boy.
It's not much fun watching sheep. I'm going to make something happen.
Wolf! Wolf! Help me! Help me! Here come the villagers. Now wait and see their faces when I tell them, I fooled you, I fooled you. There's no wolf here. Ha, ha, ha. It's not funny. We are busy people. Don't do that again. But the very next day...
Wolf! Wolf! Save my sheep! Ha! Ha! They said they wouldn't come again, but look at them all panting and puffing.
Don't ever do that again. It's funny to you, but not to us.
You will be sorry if you do.
Oh, ho, ho, ha, ha, ho. But one evening, not long after, a wolf, he's stealing my sheep. Wolf, wolf, help! But this time, no one would listen.
Wolf! There really is a wolf.
He won't fool us this time.
Let him yell.
There was nothing the shepherd boy could do to save his sheep. And so he learned that when people who lie do tell the truth, no one will believe them. The end. Aesop's Fables, The Boy and the Wolf.
Read by George Pitropogiannakis.
Wee Willie Winky.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Wee Willie Winky runs through the town.
Wee Willie Winky runs through town.
Upstairs and downstairs in his nightgown.
Upstairs and downstairs in his nightgown.
Rapping at the window, crying through the lock.
Tapping at the window, crying through the lock.
Are the children in their beds? Now it's 8 o'clock.
Are all the children in bed? It's past 8 o'clock.
Wee Willie Winky runs through the town, upstairs and downstairs in his nightgown, rapping at the window, crying through the lock.
Wee Willie Winky runs through town, upstairs and downstairs in his nightgown, tapping at the window, crying through the lock.
Are the children in their beds? Now it's 8 o'clock.
Are all the children in bed? It's past 8 o'clock.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Ba ba, black sheep.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Ba ba, black sheep. Have you any wool?
Ba ba, black sheep, have you any wool?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full.
Yes, sir, 3 bags full.
1 for my master, 1 for my dame,
1 for my master and 1 for my dame,
and 1 for the little boy that lives in our lane.
and 1 for the little boy who lives down the lane.
Ba ba, black sheep. Have you any wool? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full.
Ba ba, black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir, 3 bags full.
1 for my master, 1 for my dame, and 1 for the little boy that lives in our lane.
One for my master and one for my dame, and one for the little boy who lives down the lane.
Ba, ba, black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir, yes, sir, 3 bags full. One for my master, one for my dame, and one for the little boy that lives in our lane.
Ba, ba, black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir, 3 bags full. One for my master and one for my dame, and one for the little boy who lives down the lane.
Peter, Peter.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her.
Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and could not keep her.
He put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well.
He put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well.
Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her.
Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and could not keep her.
He put her in a pumpkin shell,
He put her in a pumpkin shell,
and there he kept her very well.
and there he kept her very well.
Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her. He put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well.
Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and could not keep her. He put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well. Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and could not keep her. He put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well.
Aesop's Fables. The City Mouse and the Country Mouse.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Once upon a time, a mouse who lived in the city went to visit a friend who lived in the country. This must be the place where Elmer lives. My, how plain it is! The country mouse was delighted to see his friend. He set the table in the little hole where he lived and brought out all the food he could find. Here, Otto, here is a good dish of oatmeal and some nice dried peas. Elmer, I don't see how you can bear to live in this little hole and eat such poor food. Why don't you come back to the city with me? There are many good things to eat there, and we can have a gay time together.
Yes, Otto, I think you are right.
I am wasting my life away in this quiet place.
About midnight, the two friends arrived at the great house in the city where the city mouse lived.
How beautiful your house is, Otto.
Then, this is the dining room. I am sure you must be hungry after our long journey. The people of the house had just finished a fine feast, and the two mice found plenty of good scraps left on the table. What good cake this is! Here, Elmer, try some of this delicious jelly on a piece of bread. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a huge dog ran into the dining room, barking loudly. Oh my goodness! What's that terrible noise? Run for your life! The master of the house must be coming. The two frightened mice rushed for the hole to escape. When they were safe inside the wall, the country mouse trembled with fear. Well, Otto, if this is city life, you can keep it. I'm going home to the country. It is better to have a crust of bread and be happy than to have a whole slice of cake and not be able to eat it. The end. Aesop's Fables. The City Mouse and the Country Mouse.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Emperor's New Clothes.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Many years ago, there lived an emperor who was so fond of clothes that he cared about nothing else. No matter who wished to see him, the answer was always the same.
Guard, tell the Emperor that the Minister of Peace wishes to see him. It's no use, sir. The Emperor is in his dressing room. The Emperor is always in his dressing room, but this is very, very important. Well, I'll tell him, but I'm sure it's no use. He's trying on a new suit, as usual, and he won't care how important your business is.
A moment later.
Pardon me, Your Majesty. The Minister of Peace wishes to see you. It's very important.
Tell him to go away. Can't you see I'm busy trying on my new 3 o'clock in the afternoon suit?
The Emperor had different clothes for every hour of the day.
This suit will be fine, but I want a new 9 o'clock in the morning suit. Tell the 9 o'clock tailor to come here at once.
Yes, Your Majesty. Excuse me, Your Majesty, the King of Barbaria has arrived for a visit.
Excellent. Now I'll have someone to admire my dinner on Wednesday suit. I wonder if I should really wear that suit again. I wore it last Wednesday. How dull it is to wear the same dinner on Wednesday suit over and over again.
Then,
Your Majesty, the Minister of Weaving wishes to see you.
Oh, perhaps he has some new cloth to show me. Tell him to come in.
It's wonderful news. Just wonderful. Your Majesty will be so happy.
What is wonderful news?
I am told that the 2 finest weavers in the whole wide world have come to our city. The cloth they weave is said to be more beautiful than anyone can imagine, and the clothes that are made from this cloth are magic clothes. People who are very stupid or who are not fit for their jobs cannot see these clothes at all.
How wonderful. I must have some of that cloth woven for me at once. I will have a suit made from this magic cloth. Then, if any of my court cannot see my suit when I'm wearing it, I'll know they aren't fit for their jobs.
the Minister of Weaving hurried to town to get the 2 weavers.
You must come to the castle at once. The Emperor wishes you to weave some cloth for him, for a new suit of clothes.
When the 2 weavers arrived at the castle.
Here they are, Your Majesty.
Splendid. I am told that you 2 men can weave the most beautiful cloth imaginable. Is it true?
Ah, Your Majesty, our materials are so wonderful that they can be seen only by the wisest of men.
The clothes that are made from our cloth are invisible to the eyes of the stupid. Your Majesty, of course, will be able to see them and know how beautiful they are.
You must get to work at once. I can't wait to wear these splendid clothes.
But Your Majesty, we cannot start to work until we have some money.
Give them gold and anything else they need. I want them to start weaving without delay.
The weavers returned to their room in the town. Then,
Here are 2 bags of gold.
We will need 2 large looms.
And we must have 10 spools of the purest gold thread and 5 rolls of the finest silk. Yes, yes, I will bring everything you need.
as soon as the minister was gone, the 2 weavers began to laugh.
What a joke this will be on the emperor. He will never find out that there is no such thing as invisible cloth.
Every man will think himself stupid, and will try to hide it by pretending to see the cloth that really isn't there. And no one will dare admit that he can't see our cloth, for fear of losing his job.
Even the emperor will pretend he can see the invisible cloth, and we will grow rich because he will pay us for it.
Then the 2 men sat down and pretended to weave. Far into the night, they worked at their empty looms. The next day,
I would like to know how the weavers are getting along, but what if I go to look at their cloth and I can't see anything at all? Of course, I am sure that couldn't happen. I am a fine emperor. No man could be better suited to his job than I am. Still, it cannot hurt to send someone else. First, I'll ring for the Minister of Weaving.
A few minutes later,
Minister, I wish you to go to the weavers and inspect their work. Come back and tell me how they are doing.
Yes, Your Majesty.
So the minister went to the room where the 2 weavers sat working at their empty looms.
Oh my goodness, I don't see any cloth. Can it be that I am a fool, or that I am not fit for my job? I must be careful not to give myself away.
Then,
Come in! Come in!
Come a little closer and tell us how you like the cloth we are making. What do you think of it? Is it not the most beautiful material you have ever seen? Indeed it is. It is splendid. I certainly think that the emperor is going to be pleased. I am delighted to hear that. But you must tell the emperor that we need more money. This pattern that we are making for him is very hard to weave.
We must also have more silk and more gold thread.
when everything they asked for had been brought to them, the weavers again hid it all in their bags. Meanwhile, the Minister of Weaving went back to the Emperor and described the cloth he hadn't seen.
"Oh, Your Majesty, it is indeed a beautiful material."
"Do you think the color will look well on me?"
"There can be no doubt of it. It will be the most handsome suit you have ever worn." "What will become of me if the Emperor discovers that I really could not see the cloth? Oh dear, I will lose my job."
Meanwhile, the news about the Emperor's new clothes spread.
Have you heard about the magic cloth that is being woven for the Emperor?
Indeed I have. People can hardly wait to see the Emperor wear his new clothes.
Yes, every man thinks he will have a chance to see if his neighbor is stupid.
They say the Emperor is paying more for this suit of magic cloth than he has spent on all of his other clothes put together.
It will be worth it if he finds out that some of his ministers are not fit for their jobs.
By this time, the Emperor was more curious than ever about the wonderful cloth.
Now that the Minister of Weaving has seen the material, I will feel terribly embarrassed if I cannot see it.
So the Emperor sent for his wife and asked her to see how the weavers were doing.
I would go myself, but I am too busy.
The Empress knew what it would mean if she saw nothing. But she did see nothing because, of course, there was nothing to see.
Oh dear, I must not let anyone know that I cannot see the magic cloth. The Emperor would not love me if he thought I were stupid.
So the Empress pretended to admire the new cloth.
Oh, how marvelous it is. Perhaps the Emperor will let you weave a dress for me after his suit is finished.
Then the Empress went back to the Emperor and told him that the cloth was the most beautiful that she had ever seen.
You should go and see it without delay. You will be simply delighted.
That is wonderful.
The next day, the emperor's curiosity could no longer be controlled.
I will go to see the weavers.
So the emperor called his two chief advisors.
I want you to go with me to inspect the cloth that the two weavers are making.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Of course, Your Majesty. We will be happy to.
When the emperor reached the room where the two weavers were pretending to work.
Oh, this is terrible, terrible. Am I really stupid? Am I not fit to be emperor? I see nothing.
Each of the emperor's two advisors thought that he was the only person who could not see any cloth. So...
Isn't it magnificent? Your Majesty should be proud to wear clothes made of such beautiful cloth.
Yes, yes, you are right. I will be very proud. I can hardly wait for my new suit to be ready.
I have a splendid idea. The whole town has been talking about your new clothes. Why not wear them in the big parade tomorrow so everyone can see them?
Yes, that is a fine idea. I will certainly wear them in the big parade if they can be finished in time.
Of course they can be finished. We will work all night if we have to.
We would be delighted to have you wear your new suit for everyone to see.
And then, just to be sure that everyone would think he was really pleased with the work of the weavers, the emperor knighted both of them.
Your new title will be Gentleman Weaver.
The weavers pretended to work all night long to finish the emperor's new clothes in time for the parade the next day. The people in the castle were so excited that they stood in the hallways talking and whispering late into the night.
I hear the cloth is of solid gold thread.
Oh no, you have it all wrong. It is mostly purple with gold thread running through it.
And in the town, people were also talking about the emperor's new clothes.
Did you hear that the two weavers have been knighted by the emperor?
And now the weavers pretended that the cloth was finished. Carefully, they took it from the looms. Then they cut out the suit with a huge pair of scissors, and they stitched away for the rest of the night, sewing up the emperor's new clothes with needles that had no thread in them. Early the next morning, the emperor gathered together the men of his court and went to see his new clothes.
This is the day of the big parade. Are my new clothes ready?
The two weavers pretended they were holding out the finished suit of clothes for the emperor to admire.
Indeed they are. Here are the trousers. And here is the coat.
Splendid, magnificent, beautiful.
Will Your Majesty be pleased to take off your clothes? Then you can try on this new suit right here in front of this mirror.
And so the emperor took off his clothes and pretended to put on his new suit.
Here is the shirt, Your Majesty.
And here are the trousers, Your Majesty.
And so it went, with the emperor pretending to put on one thing after another until... The emperor was completely dressed, from head to toe, in his wonderful new clothes. Around and around he turned, admiring in the mirror the clothes he could not see.
Splendid, magnificent. What beautiful colors.
What a perfect fit.
How becoming that suit is.
Then it was time to start the parade.
Your Majesty, the people have been standing in the streets for hours waiting to see your new clothes.
I am ready, and I want you two weavers to march behind me.
And so the emperor went forth from the castle to show off his beautiful, invisible new clothes. Everywhere the emperor marched. The people pretended to admire the clothes they could not see, because they did not want anyone to think they were stupid.
Here comes the emperor. Just see how perfectly those clothes fit. This is the most magnificent suit the emperor has ever worn.
It is a pity that I cannot see these clothes. They must really be beautiful from the way everyone is talking.
Just when the emperor was feeling satisfied with his new clothes, a small child pointed at him and said in a very loud voice,
"But, Mama, the Emperor has nothing on."
The emperor knew at once that the child was telling the truth and that everyone else had been lying.
Oh, I knew it! I knew it! What a fool I have made of myself!
There was nothing to do but continue with the parade as if nothing had been said. So the emperor marched along, prouder than ever.
A child says the emperor has nothing on.
Did you hear?
He has nothing on.
From that day on, the emperor lost his interest in new clothes. After the parade, he called the minister of weaving to his chamber.
You must find new jobs for all of my tailors. From now on, I will have only one suit made each year, starting exactly 1 year from today. This will remind me how foolish I have been about clothes. All of these clothes will be given away to the poor people of the town.
As punishment for their wicked actions, the two weavers were put to work in a tower of the castle. Only this time, they were not just pretending to work. They were kept busy for the rest of their lives, weaving cloth and making clothes for all the poor people of the empire. The end. The Emperor's New Clothes.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Swing.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
How do you like to go up in a swing?
How do you like to go up in a swing?
Up in the air, so blue.
Up in the air, so blue.
Oh, I do think it is the pleasantest thing
Oh, I think it's the most pleasant thing
ever a child can do.
even a child can do.
Up in the air and over the wall, till I can see so wide. Rivers and trees and cattle and all. Over the countryside.
Up in the air and over the wall, till I can see so wide. Rivers and trees and cattle and all, over the countryside.
Till I look down on the garden green. Down on the roof, so brown. Up in the air, I go flying again. Up in the air and down.
Till I look down on the garden green, down on the roof so brown. Up in the air I go flying again. Up in the air and down. Up in the air and down.
the swing. From a Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
At the Seaside.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
When I was down beside the sea, a wooden spade they gave to me. To dig the sandy shore. My holes were empty like a cup. In every hole, the sea came up. Till it could come no more. Till it could come no more. From A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson. Hark! Hark!
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Hark! Hark! The dogs do bark.
Hark, the dogs do bark.
People are coming to town.
The beggars are coming to town.
Some in rags and some in tags.
Some in rags and some in jags.
And some in velvet gowns.
And one in a velvet gown.
Hark! Hark! The dogs do bark. People are coming to town. Some in rags and some in tags. And some in velvet gowns.
Hark, the dogs do bark. The beggars are coming to town. Some in rags and some in jags. And one in a velvet gown.
Humpty Dumpty.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall.
Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall.
Humpty Dumpty had a great fall.
Humpty Dumpty had a great fall.
All the king's horses and all the king's men
All the king's horses and all the king's men
cannot put Humpty Dumpty together again.
couldn't put Humpty together again.
Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men cannot put Humpty Dumpty together again.
Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again.
Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, all the king's horses and all the king's men cannot put Humpty Dumpty together again.
Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Rain!
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The rain is raining all around.
The rain is raining all around.
It falls on field and tree.
It falls on fields and trees.
It rains on the umbrellas here.
It rains on the umbrellas here.
And on the ships at sea.
And on the ships at sea.
The rain is raining all around. It falls on field and tree.
It rains on the umbrellas here.
And on the ships at sea.
The rain is raining all around. It falls on fields and trees. It rains on the umbrellas here. And on the ships at sea.
The Golden Goose.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Once there was a man who had 3 sons. The oldest son was named Hans. The second son was named Karl. Hurry, Karl! I think I hear him coming. The youngest son was called the Simpleton. He was always being laughed at and treated very badly by everyone in his family. One morning, Hans went to the forest to cut wood.
Here is a bag of sandwiches and some good goat's milk.
Thank you, Mother.
As Hans walked through the forest, he came upon a little old man.
Young man, would you give me a scrap of bread from your bag or a drop of milk? I am hungry and thirsty.
You're with you, stranger. My bag is empty and I am in a hurry.
A little while later, as Hans was chopping down a tree.
Help! I've cut my arm with my own axe.
Puzzled by what had happened to him, Hans hurried home.
Karl, your brother will not be able to cut any more wood today. Take his axe and his bag of sandwiches and go finish the job.
All right, Mother.
Karl soon met the little man.
My lad, would you show a little kindness to a poor old man? I am so hungry and so thirsty that I think I will die if I do not get a scrap of food.
Get out of my way. I have nothing to give you.
And strangely enough,
Help! I've hit my leg. Oh, help! I cannot walk.
luckily for Karl, some neighbors were chopping wood nearby. They heard him shouting and carried him home. The next morning,
Father, let me go to the forest to cut the wood.
No, Can't you see how much trouble your brothers have had?
But finally, his father agreed. And so,
Here, my foolish son, here is dry bread and water for your lunch.
Thank you, good mother.
as soon as the simpleton entered the forest, he met the little man.
My lad, I am hungry. Have you a crumb of food for a helpless old man?
Stranger, I have only dry bread and water. If that is good enough, I will gladly share it with you.
But when the simpleton took out the crust of bread that his mother had given him, "Well, look at this. My bread has turned into cake, and the water is now fine, fresh milk. I must be dreaming."
"No, lad, you are not dreaming, as you have such a kind heart, and have shared what you have with me. I will share what I have with you."
"Do you see that tree? When I have gone, chop it down, you will find something at the roots." When the little man left, the simpleton chopped away at the tree until it fell to the ground. And there, sitting among the roots, he found a golden goose. The simpleton set off at once for the nearest town. There he went to an inn.
May I rent a room for the night? Certainly. But tell me, what kind of bird is that under your arm? It is a wonderful bird. Its feathers are of pure gold. Pure gold? Well, I never heard of such a thing. I must call my daughters to see it.
The landlord's 3 daughters came at once.
How beautiful its feathers are! How tame it is! What a lucky man you are to own such a marvelous creature.
That night, after the simpleton had gone to bed, Lily, the oldest daughter, crept to the place where he had left the goose.
I must have a feather from that wonderful goose. The simpleton will never miss just one feather.
But when the girl grabbed the goose by its wing,
"Help! Hilda! Help! Help! My hand is stuck to the golden goose. Pull me away! Help!"
so Hilda tried to help her sister. But the minute she touched Lily, she found herself stuck as tightly to her sister as her sister was stuck
to the goose.
Then,
"What's all the noise about? Oh, I see. You two are pulling feathers from the golden goose. Well, what's good enough for you two is good enough for me. No, Gretchen. No, don't touch us. Don't touch the goose."
But the warnings of her sisters came too late.
"Help! What is this? I can't get my hand loose."
The next morning, when the simpleton came downstairs, he found the 3 sisters sitting on the floor, weeping.
Well, what's this? What are you doing to my golden goose?
"You mean, what is your goose doing to us? We are all stuck fast to him and to each other as well. You must tell the goose to let us go at once."
When the landlord saw what had happened, he was very angry.
Well, you rascal, what do you intend to do about this?
Nothing at all. I suppose that if your daughters are stuck to my goose, there must be a reason for it. Now, good day to you, sir.
So the simpleton left the inn, carrying his golden goose, with the sisters still stuck to the bird and to each other. The simpleton had not gone far when he passed the mayor of the town. It is not nice for the innkeeper's daughters to run after a young man like that. I must try to stop them.
Lily, Hilda, Gretchen, come back here.
But when the mayor tried to stop the girls,
Help! I can't get my hand loose. What is this?
just then the town clerk came along.
Of course, he was very shocked to see the mayor chasing after the three girls.
But when he tried to grab the mayor, his hand was stuck fast too.
Oh, what's going on here? Help!
Help! Two men working in a nearby field heard the town clerk calling for help. They came running. Take hold of his coat and pull. But as soon as they touched the clerk, the two men found they could not get free. So now there were 7 people running after the simpleton and his golden goose. By and by, they came to a town.
I hope you are going to stop soon and let us rest. We are tired from running after you all day.
All right, I'll stop at the next inn we come to.
At the inn, King James Inn. Can you give us a place to stay for the night?
Surely. I suppose you have come to our town to try to win the princess for your wife.
I will gladly try my luck at it if there is a princess to be had. What must a man do in order to win her?
You have only to make her laugh, and she will be yours. You see, the princess is so serious that nothing ever makes her laugh. This worries the king, who loves his daughter very much. He has offered to let her marry any man who can make her laugh.
That night, the simpleton lay awake thinking about his chances of winning the princess.
Tomorrow morning, I'll go straight to the palace of the king.
And the next morning? You don't even have to tell me why you are here. I can see, ho, 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 he. The simpleton was taken to the king's chamber. Your Highness, I have come to try my luck at making the princess laugh. Hopefully, the king called for his daughter.
If this doesn't make her laugh, nothing will.
When the princess saw the 7 people, she laughed as if she would never stop. So the king had his wish. But then, though he has made my daughter laugh, I do not want this simpleton to be my son-in-law. I will find a way to stop him from marrying the princess.
Well, Your Highness, your daughter is now mine.
Not so hasty, my lad. I still am not sure you are worthy of her.
But what more can I do to prove my worth?
The king thought hard for a moment. Then, you must find me a man who can drink a whole barn full of milk. At first, the simpleton didn't know what to do, but then, maybe the little man in the forest can help me. When he reached the forest, here is the spot where I cut down the tree and found the golden goose. I wonder who that man is. Why are you weeping, sir? Are you in trouble? I am crying because I am thirsty. I have drunk a barrel of water, but that doesn't help. What I need is milk. Come with me, stranger. Back at the palace?
Well, what have you brought me?
Just have this man taken to your barn full of milk, and you will see.
Well, imagine that. I never thought I would see the day when I would watch one man drink so much milk. Soon the milk was all gone. My, that was good. Well, Your Highness, I have done what you asked. I think I have earned my bride. Not yet, my boy, not yet. That was too easy for you. I must give you something difficult. Again, the king thought hard. Then,
You must find me a man who can light a mountain of bread.
after the simpleton had left, "Never fear, daughter. You will never have to marry that boy. Nobody in the world can eat a mountain of bread."
But, Father, I want to marry him.
The simpleton hurried back to the forest, and in the very same spot. "Why do you have that strap tied around your stomach?"
My stomach feels so empty, I cannot bear the pain.
"Didn't you eat today?"
Yes, indeed. I ate a whole bakery full of rolls. But I am still hungry.
"Come with me, stranger. I think I can help you." At the palace, the king had had all of the flour in the country baked into a mountain of bread.
How wonderful this looks. I hardly know where to begin.
By evening,
He did it! How amazing! What an appetite!
Well, I must admit that I am beginning to feel a little full.
do you think your father will keep his promise and let me marry you now?
I doubt it. Now he is probably thinking up something truly impossible for you to do.
And a moment later, "Your Highness, in order to win the princess, 3 times have I done what you asked. May I marry her now?" "My boy, there is but one more task for you. Do this, and the princess is yours." I can say that safely enough. The simpleton will never marry my daughter, for he will not be able to do this.
I have always wanted a ship that will sail on land as well as on water. Bring me such a ship.
The simpleton hurried back to the forest, where all these strange events began. "Ah, little man, I'm so glad I found you. perhaps you can help me." The simpleton told the little man the whole story. "And now the king wants a ship that will sail on land as well as water. How will I ever win the princess?" "It will be easy, my boy. Again, I will help you, for it was I who drank the milk and ate the bread, and all because you were once kind to me." And so, with the help of his little friend, the simpleton came sailing over the land to claim his bride.
Oh, father, look!
"Here, take my daughter. She is yours."
And so they were married at once, and they lived happily ever after. The end. The Golden Goose.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Aesop's Fables.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Lion and the Mouse. One day, a lion lay sleeping in the forest, when a little mouse came along in a very playful mood. Soon the mouse started sliding down the lion's nose.
Whee! This is fun!
And awakened the lion. Of course, the lion was very angry to be bothered by a mouse. "So, ha! I have you now. Very kind of you to arrange for me to have my lunch so handy."
"Oh, sir, I didn't mean to make you angry. Please don't eat me. Have mercy. The day may come when I will be able to do you a favor."
"Ho! Ho! Ho! That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Imagine anyone as small as you helping someone like me. Ho! 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 Little mouse, your joke has put me in a good mood. I'm going to let you go. Now be off with you and never bother me again."
"Oh, thank you, thank you. I'll never forget your kindness."
Not long after that, the lion was captured by some hunters. He let out a roar that was heard throughout the forest. The little mouse ran to the lion to find out what was wrong. "You laughed at me when I said that someday I might be able to help you. Now I will show you that I have not forgotten your kindness to me." And so the little mouse set to work with his sharp teeth, chewing at all the ropes that held the lion. Soon the lion was able to break the ropes and escape. "Thank you, little mouse. You have proved that an act of kindness, no matter how small, is never wasted." The end. Aesop's Fables.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Lion and the Mouse. Little Boy Blue.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Little Boy Blue, come blow your horn.
Little boy blue, come blow your horn.
The sheep's in the meadow, the cow's in the corn.
The sheep's in the meadow, the cow's in the corn.
Where's the boy that looks after the sheep?
Where is the boy who looks after the sheep?
He's under the haycock, fast asleep.
He's under the haystack, fast asleep.
Will you wake him? No, not I, for if I do, he'll be sure to cry. Little boy blue, come blow your horn.
Little boy blue, come blow your horn.
The sheep's in the meadow, the cow's in the corn.
The sheep's in the meadow, the cow's in the corn.
Where's the boy that looks after the sheep? He's under the haycock, fast asleep. Will you wake him?
Will you wake him? No, not I.
No, not I.
For if I do, he's sure to cry.
For if I do, he'll be sure to cry.
Little boy blue, come blow your horn. The sheep's in the meadow, the cow's in the corn. Where is the boy who looks after the sheep? He's under the haystack, fast asleep. Little boy blue, come blow your horn. The sheep's in the meadow, the cow's in the corn. Will you wake him? No, not I. For if I do, he's sure to cry.
Paul Bunyan.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Many years ago, most of America was covered with great forests. As more and more people settled land, these forests had to be cleared. The settlers needed the forest land to live on, and they needed the trees for wood to build new homes. The men who cut down the trees for the settlers were called loggers. These loggers worked in lumber camps all across the country. All day long they worked hard, but in the evenings they liked to sit around the camps and tell stories, funny stories and tall tales. And their favorite stories were about Paul Bunyan, the mightiest logger that ever lived. Paul Bunyan was born in the state of Maine, but he was not like any other baby you have ever seen.
What can we do about this son of ours? He has grown 2 feet taller since yesterday.
His father built a huge cradle for Paul and anchored it out on the ocean so the waves would rock the baby to sleep. But one day, Paul started bouncing in his cradle, and that started huge waves that washed away whole towns and villages on the shore. When Paul was older, his father, who was a logger, took him into the woods to live. There, Paul spent his boyhood helping his father cut down trees. One winter, there was a very strange snowstorm in the logging camp where Paul lived.
Look! The snow is blue!
The blue snow kept falling for months. The whole logging camp was buried under it. I just finished measuring the snow. It's 200 feet deep over in the valley. It was so cold that winter that everyone's words froze just as fast as they were spoken.
I'll have to wait till your words thaw out next spring, Paul, to find out what you said.
The men let their beards grow long to keep their faces warm. "Hey, watch where you're going. That's my beard you're stepping on." Finally, they made a rule that anyone with a beard more than 6 feet long had to tuck the end of it in his boots.
But it doesn't leave room for my legs.
One day, Paul was out looking for wood for his fireplace when that looks like 2 little ears sticking out of the snow.
Why, it's a baby ox. Poor little thing, it's blue with cold.
Paul decided to keep the little ox for a pet. He named him Babe. The funny thing about Babe was that even after he thawed out, his coat was blue.
I guess that snow has colored you blue forever.
Babe followed Paul everywhere he went.
Babe reminds me of when you were little, Paul. Every time I look at him, he seems to have grown a foot taller.
In the spring, Paul built a barn for Babe. But the next morning, "That's strange. I know I put Babe in the barn here last night."
At last, Paul found Babe. Well, look at that! He outgrew that barn in just one night. Not long after he found Babe, Paul got an idea.
Father, I think I'm ready to start a logging camp of my own now.
Good. You may take some of my men with you.
So, Paul gathered together a crew of the finest loggers in the country, and they set out for the mountains to the west. Paul set up his camp on the Onion River. "Men, when we finish this logging camp, it will be the largest in the world." Paul's fame as a logger soon spread. Every day,
There are 50 more men waiting to join your camp.
Good. I'll come right over and build a few more bunkhouses.
in order to save space, Paul built the bunkhouses to fit on top of each other.
It's time for bed, men.
That way, Paul would stack them up at night. In the morning, he would take them down to let the men come out.
Good morning, Paul.
Paul's camp became so big that the men had to take a week's supply of food with them when they walked from one end of it to the other. Of course, it took lots of careful planning to feed so many men. Paul and his chief cook, Sourdough Sam, talked about it for hours.
We'll just have to make the dining room tables longer.
But the tables are 6 miles long already. Even with those roller skates, the boys hardly finish serving breakfast before it's time for lunch.
It was Sourdough Sam who invented sourdough flapjacks. These were cooked on a griddle 2 miles long. The cookhouse boys greased the griddle by skating back and forth on it with bacon strapped to their feet. Ola, the giant blacksmith, made a huge kettle for cooking the soup.
Here's the kettle you wanted. Paul, it holds 1,100 gallons.
when it was time for supper.
The soup needs more vegetables.
I row out with another boatload and shovel them in.
Paul's first camp was big, all right, but it was nothing compared to the one he built later in North Dakota. There, the dining room was longer than ever. So long, Sam. I won't see you till tomorrow, I guess.
Now, you might as well stay overnight at the other end of the tables and drive back in the morning.
The bunks in the new camp were 18 decks high.
Good morning, Bob. Good morning, Mike. We better start down, I guess, or then we'll be late for breakfast.
In North Dakota, Paul agreed to cut down all the trees in just 1 month.
I think I'll have to send for the 7 Axemen to help with this job.
The 7 axemen were famous woodsmen who could chop down trees faster than anyone except Paul himself. With the help of the 7 axemen, the logging was finished in 3 weeks. But
now, how am I going to get rid of all those tree stumps?
Johnny Inkslinger, who helped Paul figure out his problems, thought of a plan.
Let's send for some large fire hoses. I have an idea.
Johnny knew that Babe, the blue ox, did not like to get his feet wet. A few days later,
the fire hoses are here, Johnny.
Good. Now, we'll cover the whole country with water.
When all of the ground in North Dakota was covered with water, Babe had to step from stump to stump to keep from wetting his feet. His heavy weight drove the stumps 6 feet under the ground, and the ground was cleared. After that, Paul had another problem.
Now that the trees are gone, the wind from the Pacific coast will blow too hard across this farmland.
Maybe we can think of a way to put up a windbreak.
We could build a plain old wooden fence, about 200 feet high.
It would cost a lot of money to keep fixing a fence like that. Say, Paul, what are all those holes in the ground down there?
Those holes were made by prairie dogs. And that gives me an idea. Paul hurried back to camp and had a special cook shack built with holes in the floor.
Sam, move all your flapjack batter and half of your men into this new cook shack.
Next, the special cook shack was hitched up to Babe the blue ox, and he pulled it out to the deserted prairie dog town.
Now, Sam, every time we stop, you pour your flapjack batter into the prairie dog holes through these openings in the floor.
All followed, plugging up the holes with blocks of wood. Paul knew that the batter would soon start to rise. And if it had no room to rise, it would push up the ground. The next day,
well, there she goes. In no time at all, we'll have some mountains here to keep out the wind.
And a few days later,
well, now, that's a pretty nice range of mountains, even if I do say so myself. I guess that's as good a windbreak as anyone could ask for.
These mountains were first called the Sourdough Mountains in honor of the way Paul made them. But later the name was changed and they are now called the Rocky Mountains. When his work was finished in North Dakota, Paul and his men decided to move further west. After a few days of walking, they came to a desert. It was very hot. Paul became so tired from the heat that he took his axe and dragged it along the ground. Naturally, this made a huge hole in the ground. Somebody afterward named this hole the Grand Canyon. There wasn't a tree in sight. Every time Paul stopped to rest, 40 men sat in his shadow to cool off. At last, the men became so hot and tired that they couldn't walk another step.
You stay here and rest, men. I'll go on with Babe and see what lies ahead.
That night, Paul came to a farm.
I need food and water for my men. Do you have anything to sell me, farmer?
I haven't any water, but you can buy all the corn you want.
Fine. I'll take all the corn you have.
Paul loaded the bags of corn on Babe's back and started back to his men. By the time he arrived, it was noon of the next day, and the sun was shining hotter than ever.
What's that noise? Seems like I hear something popping in those bags.
The sun had made the corn so hot that it was popping. Soon the air was filled with popcorn. The men thought it was snow.
Snow, snow! Look! It's snowing, we're saved! I never saw a snowstorm start so suddenly.
Let's have a snowball fight.
My, it's getting cold.
The men were so happy about the snow that Paul didn't want to spoil their fun by telling them it was only popcorn. Paul and his men started west again while they were still feeling happy.
That snowstorm really saved us.
Yes, but my ears almost got frozen. I couldn't find my cap.
After a few days of walking, they came to a valley.
This looks like a good place for us to stop a while and grow some vegetables.
I don't know about that. The soil looks good, but there doesn't seem to be any water around here.
But Paul thought there was water, so he took his axe and the spout of water that he started can still be seen in Yellowstone National Park. It is called Old Faithful. Not long after that, the men arrived at their new camp. One day, Chris Crosshole came into Paul's office.
I brought you something, Paul.
What is it?
It's a dog, a hunting dog.
I love to go hunting, but I've never been able to find a hunting dog that could keep up with me.
Paul noticed that the dog's front legs were much shorter than his back legs.
This dog is different from all others I've seen. Maybe I can use him.
Paul hurried to the cookhouse.
Sam, I need some of those famous sourdough flapjacks of yours.
What are you using them for this time, Paul?
It's a secret. Sam, you'll have to wait and see.
Paul took Skookum, the new dog, and the sourdough flapjacks to his office.
Here you are, Skookum. Go to it, boy.
For weeks, Paul stuffed Skookum with sourdough flapjacks, day and night. When the sourdough began to rise, Skookum started rising also. He rose, and he rose, and he rose. At the end of 2 months, Paul never had to worry about a hunting dog again. Skookum never got tired, no matter how far he ran, because he was always running downhill. About this time, Paul got a letter asking him to come and do some logging in Nevada. So he hitched Babe to the piece of land that the camp was on and moved the whole camp. As soon as Paul took a look at the trees in Nevada, he got worried.
Look at those thorns, Ola. They must be 70 feet high.
Those thorns will keep the trees from falling down even after they've been cut.
But Paul, as always, thought of a way to solve the problem.
I know. We'll blast the trees out with dynamite and the thorns at the same time.
And so, a few days later. But the next morning, wait till Paul sees this.
Well, look at that. The trees have landed back in their holes, right side up.
Paul was pretty upset about this at first. But soon he thought of another plan.
The only way to get those trees off the land is to drive them underground.
So, for 39 weeks, the men were busy building the biggest pile driver ever made.
When it was finished, it was so tall that the clouds going by kept knocking off the top of it.
Finally, Paul put in a hinge so he could let down the top whenever he saw a cloud coming.
When everything was ready, Paul put the pile driver in place.
Babe then pulled a weight to the top of it. The weight drove the tree 14 feet below the ground, and the crash was heard 88 miles away. After that, the trees were driven underground at a rate of 1 every 3 minutes. In just 9 days, Nevada was as bare as any desert you ever saw. Well, you can see that it didn't take Paul long to clear off any piece of land, one way or another, once he set his mind to it. Within a few years, Paul Bunyan had taken care of all the big logging, jobs that had to be done in this country. So he took his hunting dog, Skookum, and Babe the Blue Ox, and went off into the mountains to spend the rest of his life just having fun. The end. Paul Bunyan.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Aesop's Fables.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Donkey and the Little Dog. A man once had a donkey that he treated very well, but the donkey was never satisfied. I wish I didn't have to work so hard.
While I toil in the fields all day, you do nothing but sit in the master's lap.
You should be happy that the master treats you so kindly. Stop complaining.
Just then, the master came into the stable. He sat down to let the dog jump onto his lap. It made the donkey angry to see the dog do things that he had never been allowed to do. So, the donkey tried to jump on the master and lick his hands as the dog had done.
Help! Help! This donkey will crush me!
So a servant came running to drive the donkey off. It is better to be satisfied with what you are than to make a fool of yourself by trying to be what you are not. The end. Aesop's Fables.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Donkey and the Little Dog. Where go the boats?
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Dark brown is the river.
Dark brown is the river.
Golden is the sand.
Golden is the sand.
It flows along forever.
It flows along forever.
With trees on either hand.
With trees on either hand.
Green leaves a floating.
Green leaves are floating.
Castles of the foam.
Castles of the foam.
Boats of mine a boating.
Boats of mine a boating.
Where will all come home?
When will all come home?
On goes the river.
On goes the river.
And out past the mill.
Way out past the mill.
Away down the valley.
Away down the valley.
Away down the hill.
Away down the hill.
Away down the river.
Away down the river.
100 miles or more.
100 miles or more.
Other little children.
Other little children.
Shall bring my boats ashore.
Will bring my boats ashore.
Dark brown is the river. Golden is the sand. It flows along forever, with trees on either hand. Green leaves a floating, castles of the foam, boats of mine a boating. Where will all come home? On goes the river, and out past the mill, away down the valley, away down the hill. Away down the river, 100 miles or more. other little children shall bring my boats ashore.
On goes the river, way out past the mill, away down the valley, away down the hill, away down the river, 100 miles or more, and other little children will bring my boats ashore.
Where go the boats?
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
From A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson. Bed in Summer.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
In winter, I get up at night.
In winter I get up at night
And dress by yellow candlelight.
and dress by yellow candlelight.
In summer, quite the other way.
In summer quite the other way.
I have to go to bed by day.
I have to go to bed by day.
I have to go to bed and see
I have to go to bed and see
the birds still hopping on the tree,
the birds still hopping on the tree,
or hear the grown-up people's feet
or hear the grown-up people's feet
still going past me in the street.
still going past me in the street.
And does it not seem hard to you
And does it not seem hard to you
when all the sky is clear and blue,
when all the sky is clear and blue,
and I should like so much to play,
and I should like so much to play,
to have to go to bed by day?
to have to go to bed by day.
In winter, I get up at night and dress by yellow candlelight. In summer, quite the other way. I have to go to bed by day. I have to go to bed and see the birds still hopping on the tree, or hear the grown-up people's feet still going past me in the street. And does it not seem hard to you when all the sky is clear and blue, and I should like so much to play, to have to go to bed by day?
And I should like so much to play, to have to go to bed by day.
From A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson. Aesop's Fables, The Crow and the Pitcher.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
One summer day, a crow became very thirsty but could not find any water. At last, he remembered a pitcher that he had once seen full of water. Ah, there it is! He flew down at once, but when he stuck in his beak, what terrible luck! There is hardly any water left. Just then, the farmer's dog came by. Why are you standing on the pitcher that way? I am trying to get a drink, but the water is so low in the pitcher that I cannot reach it. Why don't you push the pitcher over and let the water run out? No, that might break the pitcher. Besides, the water might run out so fast I wouldn't even get a drink. Then the crow had an idea. What are you doing now? Watch and see. He picked up a pebble and dropped it into the water. Then he picked up another and another and another. Each time he dropped in a pebble, the water rose a bit higher in the pitcher, till at last it was high enough for him to take a drink. You see, if you just set your mind to it, you can solve any problem. The end. Aesop's Fables, The Crow and the Pitcher.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Thumbelina by Hans Christian Andersen.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Once upon a time, there was a woman who wanted to have a little girl smaller than any child she had ever seen.
I will go to see the old woman of magic. She will know what to do.
So off she went to the woods to find the old woman.
Are you the old woman of magic?
Yes, I am. Come in. There is nothing in the world that I cannot do with my magic. What is your wish?
My heart is set on having a little girl no bigger than my thumb. Can you help me?
Of course, nothing could be easier. Here is a magic seed. Plant it in a flower pot and you will see what will happen.
The woman hurried home to plant the magic seed. No sooner did she put the flower pot in a sunny window than...
My goodness, the plant is growing already.
A few moments later...
Truly, this is a magic seed. What a beautiful flower.
She was so delighted that she kissed the flower. As soon as she kissed it, the flower popped open, and there sat a tiny little girl. The woman was overjoyed.
Oh, how pretty you are, and how tiny you are. Indeed, you are no bigger than my thumb. I will call you Thumbelina.
The woman busied herself, thinking of ways to make her little girl comfortable and happy.
What is that, mother?
It is a walnut shell. It will be just right for your cradle.
And it was. Thumbelina slept in the walnut shell at night with a smooth, soft rose petal for her blanket. In the daytime, she played upon the table. She liked to row back and forth on a leaf in a large bowl of water, using 2 white horsehairs for oars. All went well for a few days. Then, one night, a toad hopped in through the open window of Thumbelina's room.
What a pretty little girl. She would make a fine wife for my son.
The old toad carefully picked up the walnut shell and carried off the sleeping girl. The toad's son was waiting down by the brook.
See, my son, what a fine wife I have brought you.
How pretty she is.
We'll put her out on the water so she can't run away. There, now, she'll be safe.
Let us hurry back and prepare the house for my bride.
When morning came, Thumbelina woke up.
Oh, where am I?
Just then, the old toad returned with her son.
Who are these awful creatures coming toward me?
Good morning, my pretty miss. I have brought my son for you to meet. He is to be your husband.
How do you do, pretty lady?
We have come to take your little bed and put it in the room where you are to live.
I am sure you will be very happy with me. Ours is the finest house along the brook.
Oh dear. Oh dear, what can I do? I don't want to marry that ugly creature.
I will come back for you very soon.
The fish in the water heard Thumbelina weep.
What is the matter? Why are you crying?
That ugly old toad has stolen me away from my mother, and now I must marry her son.
Don't cry, little girl. We can save you. Just hold tightly to the leaf and don't be afraid. All the fish began to bite at the stem of the water lily. At last it broke in two, and away floated Thumbelina down the stream and out of reach of the old toad and her son. How wonderful it felt to be free again. The water sparkled in the sunlight as Thumbelina floated along. Then a beautiful butterfly came flying by.
If you would like to go faster, I can pull you.
Thank you, pretty butterfly.
Thumbelina took off a ribbon from her waist and tied it to the butterfly.
Oh, what fun! How fast we are going now.
Thumbelina enjoyed the ride so much that she didn't see a large bee that flew along behind her.
Suddenly,
Help! Help! Help me, butterfly!
but it was no use. The bee carried Thumbelina to the tree where it lived. Soon, all the other bees came flying up to look at Thumbelina.
What strange thing have you brought into our home? Look, it has no feelers. And look, it has only 2 legs.
Yes, now that I look at it closely, I see that it is very strange indeed. I don't think I'll keep it after all. The bee picked up Thumbelina and flew down from the tree. I will put you here on this daisy.
Thank you for letting me go free.
All summer long, Thumbelina lived alone in the forest. She made herself a bed by weaving together bits of grass.
I will make my bed under these flowers. Then I won't get wet when it rains.
She found plenty of berries and honey to eat and was happy living out of doors. But when summer was over, it began to grow cold. And one day,
Oh dear, it's snowing. What shall I do? I am so hungry and so cold.
Thumbelina tried to wrap herself in a dry leaf, but it tore. She wandered through the forest, looking for a dry place to hide. Suddenly,
Why? That looks just like a door. I wonder if it's safe to knock.
just then the door opened, and there stood a field mouse. "What are you doing out in the snow, little girl? Come into my house and warm yourself." The mouse was very kind to Thumbelina. "Here is some hot cornmeal." Later, "It is very nice to have company. I am always lonesome in the winter time."
If you will let me stay with you all winter, I will keep your house clean and sweep your floor.
"Good. I have enough corn stored up to feed both of us." A few days later, there was a knock on the back door. That must be my friend, Mr. Mole. This door opens into a tunnel that leads to his house. Then, "Mr. Mole, this is Thumbelina. She is going to live with me all winter. I am very happy to meet you, Thumbelina." During his visit, the mole fell in love with Thumbelina. And when he was leaving, "Thumbelina is delightful. I would like to marry her. I'm glad to hear it. I'll speak to her about it." After the mole was gone, "Mr. Mole wishes to marry you."
Well, I don't wish to marry him.
"Nonsense! Of course you will marry him. He is very rich. His house is 20 times as big as mine."
I don't care about that. I will not marry someone who lives underground, even in the summertime.
But the mole kept coming to visit Thumbelina. One day, "Come, I will take you for a walk through the tunnel that leads to my house. Do not be afraid. There is a bird lying in the tunnel. He is frozen with cold."
Why don't you help him?
"He is a bird, not a mole. He can do nothing but cry. Tweet, tweet, and freeze in the winter time." As they passed the swallow,
Poor thing, how cold and still he is.
that night,
I will weave a blanket of hay to cover the pretty swallow. Perhaps it will warm him and he will open his eyes.
when she was finished, Thumbelina tiptoed out of Mrs. Mouse's home and into the dark tunnel. She covered the swallow tenderly. Then,
Oh, I am so glad to see you open your eyes.
Thank you for helping me, little girl. Soon I will be warm again, and then I'll fly away.
Oh no, you're too sick to fly. Stay here, and I will take care of you until warm weather comes.
So Thumbelina came every night to feed and care for the swallow.
I hurt my wing and could not fly away when the cold weather came. Then I fell into a hole at the top of this tunnel.
Now that I found you, you'll soon be all right again.
All winter long, Thumbelina took care of the swallow. The mouse knew nothing about it. She was busy with other thoughts. Now it is all settled. At the end of next summer, you will marry
Mr. Mole. The mouse made a fine wedding dress for Thumbelina, and every day the mole came to visit her. Well, my dear, it is spring at last. In just a few more months, we will be married. The days grew warm again.
It is time for me to fly away, Thumbelina.
Thumbelina opened a hole in the top of the tunnel, using the mouse's spoon for a shovel, and the bird flew out.
Won't you fly away with me, Thumbelina?
I know you don't want to marry Mr. Mole.
I would like to, but I can see that you are not strong enough to carry me on your back.
Farewell, dear Thumbelina. Thank you for saving my life.
Farewell, dear swallow. I'll never forget you.
Springtime passed, and then summer came and went. The mouse was always busy making new clothes for Thumbelina. Mr. Mole is so rich that his wife must be well dressed. Every evening, Thumbelina watched the sunset.
How I will miss the beautiful sun when I am married to Mr. Mole.
At last, the wedding day arrived. Thumbelina ran outside to say goodbye to the sun and the flowers.
Farewell, bright flowers. Today I must marry Mr. Mole and go to live in his house, deep under the earth.
Just then, Thumbelina heard a familiar voice.
It was the swallow.
Hello, Thumbelina. I am flying south for the winter. Won't you come with me?
Mrs. Mouse will be very sad if I do not marry Mr. Mole, but I will be very sad if I do marry him.
Then come with me. You can sit upon my back and we will fly far away.
So Thumbelina climbed upon the swallow's back.
Away they flew, high over the mountains where the snow always lies. And over the forests and over the seas. And at last they came to the warm countries. Thumbelina looked down and saw a beautiful white palace.
Oh, let us stop here.
That's where I live. My nest is in the highest tower.
How lovely! I will make my home in that beautiful garden.
The swallow
flew down with Thumbelina.
This flower will be perfect for my house.
Then Thumbelina turned around and,
Who are you?
I am the king of the flowers. And who are you?
I am Thumbelina.
You are the prettiest girl I have ever seen. Will you marry me, Thumbelina? Thumbelina was filled with joy to find someone who was really just right for her.
I will be happy to marry you.
Then out of every flower came a little man or woman as handsome as the king. They all brought gifts to Thumbelina. The best gift of all was a pair of beautiful wings, which were fastened to her back. Now you can fly from flower to flower to visit all your new friends. The king took off his crown and put it on Thumbelina's head. And while the swallow sang his sweetest song, Thumbelina became queen of the flowers. And she and the king lived happily ever after. The end. Thumbelina by Hans Christian Andersen.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The King of the Golden River by John Ruskin.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Once upon a time, there was a valley whose apples were so red, whose grapes were so blue, and whose honey was so sweet. It was called Treasure Valley. All of the flowers and fruit in Treasure Valley were beautiful and delicious because they were watered by a wonderful river. People called it the Golden River. Treasure Valley was owned by two brothers, Schwartz and Hans. They were very mean and stingy men.
22, 23, 24.
They had a young brother, Gluck, who was very good and kind.
Well, what are you bothering us for now?
A poor old man is at the back door. He asks for a few pennies to buy food.
Send him away. Tell him we never give our money away. We just sit here all day and count it.
And so?
I am sorry, sir. I wish that I could help you, but I cannot.
I know you would help me if your brothers would let you.
A little while later,
we are going out now to make more money. Guard the house well.
Let nobody in and give nothing out.
Mind the roast, Gluck. I guess it is big enough for you to have one small slice for dinner.
Gluck watched the fire carefully.
What a pity! My brothers never ask anybody to dinner. They have such a nice roast, and most people have not even a slice of dry bread.
Just then, there was a quick loud knock at the door.
I wonder who that can be.
Gluck leaned out of the window. There stood the strangest looking little man he had ever seen.
What do you wish, sir?
Wish? I wish to be let him out of the rail.
My brothers will be very angry if I let him in, but he is so wet. I will let him dry by the fire until it is time for them to come home.
Gluck opened the door. The little man swept in on a gust of wind and rain.
Come in, sir, for just a little while.
Thank you.
The little man settled in front of the fire, with his hat up the chimney. It was a very tall hat, and there was no other place in the room for it.
Your fire feels very good, and the meat looks delicious. May I have some, please?
I am sorry, sir. I really cannot give you any. It is for my brother's dinner.
Please, just one slice.
They promised me one slice, and I will gladly give you that.
Suddenly,
Gluck, what are you doing?
And who is this funny-looking old man? We told you not to let anyone in.
But, brothers, he was so wet and so hungry.
Let's throw the rascal out.
but as soon as they touched the old man's collar, the two mean brothers went spinning across the room. Then
Hans and Schwartz, you are selfish men. Such manners will bring bad luck to you. Gluck has been very kind to me. I will remember that.
And in a flash of rain and wind, the little man was gone. The mean brothers soon recovered from the shock of the visit.
Look, you are a foolish, lazy boy. Go to bed without dinner.
They ate the whole roast themselves. We have nothing to be afraid of. That old man won't dare come back. But that night they were awakened by a loud crash.
What was that?
Then,
Hello there. I promise you, this will be my last visit. But so you will remember me. I think I will take your roof with me.
and as soon as he spoke, our money. Catch it!
Help! Help! Don't let it blow away!
My God, gentlemen, I warned you that I would remember your bad temper.
The little man disappeared. On his card was written, "The King of the Golden River."
All of our money is gone. We are ruined.
Look! The Golden River no longer flows into Treasure Valley. The valley is ruined too.
It was true. The whole valley was a shambles. The trees, crops, and cattle had been swept away. Nothing but empty, wasted land remained.
Well, what do we do now?
This place is not fit to live in anymore. We will have to move into the city.
So Hans, Schwartz, and Gluck moved into the city. There, the Min brothers became goldsmiths. Hans and Schwartz, goldsmiths. Day by day, they became meaner and meaner.
We are out of gold to melt.
Here, use this mug.
The mug belonged to Gluck. He loved it dearly.
Oh, please don't!
Not my mug.
Don't be silly, boy, and it goes.
Watch it carefully now. We are going out, but we will be back very soon.
Gluck's heart nearly broke as he watched his little mug melt.
My poor mug.
Suddenly,
Hello, Gluck.
What was that? Who is calling me?
Here I am in the pot. Pour me out. I am very hot. Hurry, I am nearly boiling.
Yes, I will pour you out.
as Gluck tipped the kettle, a golden stream flowed out. It became a pair of legs, a very bright vest, a beautiful scarf, and a very familiar face.
Good morning, Gluck.
Good morning, King of the Golden River. What were you doing in my mug?
I took the shape of your mug so I could watch over you, my boy. I know you are not happy here. I know you loved the Treasure Valley and my Golden River. Well, now I will tell you how to turn my river into gold again.
Take 3 drops of water to the top of that mountain. Throw them into the river, and it will turn to gold.
With these words, the king of the Golden River began to disappear.
I hope to see you soon, Gluck.
A few minutes later,
Well, Gluck, has the mug melted?
why, the mug is all gone. It turned into the king of the Golden River. Gluck told his brothers the story, but at first they did not believe him. They were so mean, they just never trusted anyone. Finally, "He must be telling the truth. He is not smart enough to make up a story like that." "True, I will take a flask and do what the king of the Golden River said."
Wait! If you go alone, you will keep all of the gold for yourself.
"Of course! Wouldn't you?" So Hans and Schwartz went together because they could not trust each other to go alone. It was a long, hard climb up the side of the mountain. "This is the steepest path I have ever climbed. It has made me so thirsty. I must drink from my flask." "You had better save your water, Hans. You will have none left to throw from the top of the mountain." But a little later,
Now I am thirsty. I must take a drink.
as he began to drink, he saw a puppy on a nearby rock. The puppy's tongue was so dry it could barely speak. "Please, sir, may I have just a sip of water? I am so thirsty." "No, indeed, I have only enough water for myself." "Hans, would you like to help the little dog?"
That is a silly question, Schwartz. You know I am saving my water for the river.
The brothers went on their way. The path grew steeper and the skies grew darker. Finally, they reached the top of the mountain. They quickly threw their water into the river. As their water touched the water of the river, there was a great wind. Then lightning crackled and Hans and Schwartz
were swallowed up by a huge dark cloud. At home, Gluck worried about his brothers. I hope Hans and Schwartz are all right. There is such a big black cloud at the top of the mountain. I will go find them, and if I get to the top of the mountain, I will try to turn the river to gold. Then I can do what I please with the gold. I can help the poor people of the valley. So Gluck went out to find his brothers. Gluck followed the steep path as long as he could. When he stopped to rest, he looked down at Treasure Valley. It was like a desert.
I wish I could turn the valley into a beautiful land again.
Gluck climbed a little higher. He became very thirsty.
I cannot drink this. I have to save it to pour into the river.
Just then, Gluck saw the little puppy.
Oh, I am so thirsty. Please, may I have some of your water?
Gluck thought for a moment.
This puppy needs water more than I need gold. Here, puppy, I hope you can leave me just a few drops.
But the puppy drank all the water. And immediately it changed into the king of the Golden River. Your Majesty, oh, I am so happy to see you. Thank you, Gluck. I am happy to see you too. I was about to give up hope. Your two mean brothers came first. They would not give me any water.
Then you have seen my brothers. Where will I find them?
You will not find them here or anywhere. I would not allow their water in my golden river because they were such mean and greedy men. Then the king led Gluck to the golden river. Here is the river, Gluck. You can turn it to gold.
But I have no water left, sir. Here is a lily with 3 drops of clear dew. Throw this into the river. The water will turn to gold for you.
As the king spoke, he began to disappear.
Goodbye, Gluck.
Goodbye, and thank you, kind king.
Gluck threw the lily into the river.
I must have done something wrong. The water is not turning to gold. Then Gluck turned to look at old Treasure Valley. The rushing waters of the Golden River were flowing into it again. Before his eyes, the land began to bloom. Oh, the Golden River is making Treasure Valley rich again. It is as beautiful as it was before. So Gluck went to live in Treasure Valley. It was a rich land, full of fresh grass and young flowers and delicious food. Gluck lived happily ever after in the valley, sharing his riches with the people there. For him, the river had truly become a river of gold. The end. The King of the Golden River by John Ruskin.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Land of Nod.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
From breakfast on through all the day. At home, among my friends, I stay, but every night I go abroad, afar into the land of Nod.
From breakfast all through the day, home among my friends I stay, but every night I go abroad into the far-off land of Nod.
All by myself I have to go, with none to tell me what to do. All alone beside the streams, and up the mountainsides of dreams.
All alone I must go, no one to tell me what to do. All alone beside the streams and up the mountainsides of dreams.
The strangest things are there for me, both things to eat and things to see, and many frightening sights abroad, till morning in the land of Nod.
All the strangest things are there for me, things to eat, things to see, so many finding sights abroad, till morning in the land of Nod.
Try as I like to find the way, I never can get back by day, nor can remember plain and clear the curious music that I hear.
Try as I like to find a way, never can get back there by day, or remember plain and clear the curious music that I hear in the land of Nod.
The land of Nod. From a Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Aesop's Fables. The Unhappy Crow.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Once there was a crow who was not happy. I am just a crow, and all crows are so ugly. How I wish I could be as beautiful as that peacock. One day, as the crow hopped down the road, he discovered peacock feathers. I will put them on and be as proud as any peacock. The crow put on the feathers and went to join the peacocks. Hello, peacocks. I am as pretty as you are now. But the peacocks did not agree.
Who is this ugly bird who pretends to be a peacock?
Why, it's just a silly crow. Let's take those peacock feathers off of him.
A moment later.
Then, don't ever pretend to be a peacock again.
The crow felt very sad and lonely. I will go back to the other crows. But did you see what happened?
He wasn't satisfied to be a crow.
He paraded as a peacock, and the peacocks chased him away.
Now he comes back to us? Well, we don't want him either. Go away. Leave us forever.
And so the crow was left all alone.
I should have been smart enough to be happy as I was.
The end. Aesop's Fables. The Unhappy Crow.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Mary had a little lamb.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Mary had a little lamb.
Mary had a little lamb.
Its fleece was white as snow.
Its fleece was white as snow.
And everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
Everywhere that Mary went, that lamb was sure to go. And you could hear that singing. La la, la la, la 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 la
It followed her to school one day, which was against the rule.
followed her to school one day. It was against the rule.
It made the children laugh and play to see the lamb at school.
Made the children laugh and play to see a lamb at school. And you could hear them singing la la, la la, la la, la la la. Everybody singing la la, la la, la
And so the teacher turned it out,
So the teacher turned it out,
but still it lingered near.
but still it lingered near.
And waited patiently about till Mary did appear.
Waited patiently about till Mary did appear. And you could hear them singing la 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 la.
And then it ran to her and laid its head upon her arm, as if it said, "I'm not afraid, you'll keep me from all harm."
What makes the lamb love Mary so?
Lamb of Mary, so
The eager children cried.
the eager children cried.
Why, Mary loves the lamb, you know, the teacher did reply.
Mary loves the lamb, you know, the teacher did reply. And you could hear them singing la 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 la. Everybody singing la 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 la
a little lamb.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Aesop's Fables. The Hare and the Tortoise.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Once there was a hare who moved very quickly. And a tortoise who moved very, very slowly. The hare always teased the tortoise.
Can't you move any faster?
I don't have to. I get where I want, when I want to. Finally, one day, you think you can run so fast? Will you race me?
That is silly. You know I can beat you easily.
I know you can boast easily, but will you race me to the pear tree?
Yes, yes, race him. I will be the judge.
When the fox gave the signal, the race began. The hare leapt ahead, leaving the tortoise far behind. After a while, the hare stopped to wait for the tortoise to come in sight.
My, this warm sun is making me sleepy. I think I will take a nap and wake up just in time to get to the tree before the tortoise does.
While the hare slept, the tortoise quietly plodded on. Suddenly, the hare woke up. But it was too late. The tortoise won. Finish line. Hurrah for the tortoise! He proved that you should never be too sure of yourself. The end. Aesop's Fables. The Hare and the Tortoise.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Moon. From A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The moon has a face like the clock in the hall.
The moon has a face like the clock in the hall.
She shines on thieves on the garden wall.
She shines on thieves on the garden wall.
On streets and fields and harbor. Quays.
On streets and fields and harbor quays.
And birdies asleep in the forks of the trees.
And birdies asleep in the forks of the trees.
The squalling cat and the squeaking mouse.
The squalling cat and the squeaking mouse.
The howling dog by the door of the house.
The howling dog by the door of the house.
The bat that lies in bed at noon.
The bat that lies in bed at noon.
All love to be out by the light of the moon.
All love to be out by the light of the moon.
But all of the things that belong to the day,
But all of the things that belong to the day,
cuddle to sleep to be out of her way,
cuddle to sleep to be out of her way,
and flowers and children close their eyes
and flowers and children close their eyes,
till up in the morning the sun shall arise.
till up in the morning the sun shall arise.
The moon. From A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Nightingale by Hans Christian Andersen.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Once upon a time, there lived an emperor. His palace was the most wonderful in all the world. His garden was so big that...
Tell me, gardener, how big is this garden?
It is so big that even I do not know where it ends.
But it did end somewhere. For beyond the beautiful garden were green woods with tall trees and deep blue lakes. Among these trees lived a nightingale. The nightingale sang so beautifully that the poor people of the country, who had plenty of work to do, would stop to listen to it.
How sweetly it sings. It feels like a mother's kiss.
But the emperor knew nothing of the nightingale. From far and wide, travelers came to see the emperor's palace.
It is marvelous.
It is magnificent.
Then they went into the garden.
The flowers are lovely.
They are delightful.
Then they went into the woods.
The most beautiful thing of all here is the song of the nightingale.
I will go home and write a book about how sweetly the emperor's nightingale sings in the woods by the deep blue lake.
One day, the emperor read this book.
It says here that I own a nightingale with the sweetest voice in the world.
The emperor called his gentleman-in-waiting.
I have read in this book of a wonderful nightingale in my woods. Why have I never been told about it?
Your Highness, I have never heard of it. It has not been presented at court.
Nevertheless, I wish it to appear here this evening to sing to me.
Yes, Your Highness.
The gentleman-in-waiting ran upstairs and downstairs, but no one could tell him where to find the nightingale. Later,
Your Majesty must not believe everything that is written in books. There is no such thing as a nightingale.
What the book says must be true. If the nightingale is not here tonight, I will punish the whole court.
Everyone at court ran around asking questions about the nightingale. Finally,
Little kitchen maid, have you heard the nightingale? The emperor wishes it to sing for him.
Oh, yes! I hear it every time I run errands for the cook.
If you will take us to the nightingale, I will make you chief cook in the palace.
the kitchen maid led them to the woods. Suddenly, I hear the nightingale. What a fine, strong voice it has.
No, that is a cow mooing.
Then,
how beautiful the nightingale sings.
Oh, those are the frogs. We shall soon hear the nightingale.
above their heads, the nightingale began its lovely song. There, that is the nightingale.
How common it looks with its plain grey feathers.
How sad that it is not a pretty bird.
Little nightingale, our emperor wishes you to sing for him. With the greatest of pleasure. Where is he?
At the palace. You must come there tonight.
My songs sound better among the trees, but for the emperor I will be happy to come.
The palace was scrubbed and polished for the nightingale's concert. When evening came, the nightingale flew to the palace. There he was perched on a golden rod beside the emperor. You may begin, little nightingale. The nightingale sang so sweetly that tears ran down the emperor's cheeks. Nightingale, you sing so beautifully that you may have my golden slipper to wear around your neck. No, thank you, Your Highness, I have already been rewarded. I have seen tears in the eyes of the emperor. Then, Nightingale, I must ask you to stay at the palace with me. I wish you to sing for me always. The nightingale was given its own cage at court. And when it went for walks, 12 footmen went along. The whole empire talked about the wonderful bird.
They say it sings like an angel.
The emperor must be so happy to have such a bird.
And some people even named their children after it. We will call him Nightingale. Perhaps he will be able to sing sweetly too. Then, one day, the emperor received a package.
Now, what can this be?
It was a beautiful toy nightingale, covered with diamonds and rubies. It is a gift from a friend of mine. Oh, How beautiful it is! See those jewels on it. It must be worth a great deal of money. I wonder if it can sing as well as the real nightingale. Let them sing together. We will see. The real nightingale sang many beautiful songs, but the toy nightingale could sing only one waltz. The music teacher stepped forward. The new bird is very good. I would like to hear it sing alone. And so, it is just as good as the real nightingale, and it is prettier to look at. While no one was looking, the real nightingale flew out the window. Back to the green woods it laughed. The toy bird sang the same tune 33 times. Then, now the real nightingale must have a turn. But it is not here, Your Highness. What is the meaning of this? It is a most ungrateful bird. After all you did for it, it has flown back to the woods. It does not matter. I have a better nightingale to sing for me. The following day, the toy nightingale sang for all the people of the empire. Everyone praised and admired the toy bird. It sings as well as the real nightingale. And it is so pretty. But
It sounds very nice, but I like the real nightingale who sings in the woods.
then
The emperor wishes everyone to know he is happy with his beautiful new nightingale. He wishes the real nightingale to lead the empire forever.
in the palace, the toy nightingale sat on a silken cushion by the emperor's bed. Since it sang only one song, everyone soon knew it by heart. But one day, something is wrong. The nightingale has stopped singing. The emperor sent for the best doctors in the empire. Your Majesty, we can do nothing. You must send for a watchmaker. The watchmaker arrived and looked inside the bird. It is worn out. It can only sing once a year from now on. This was a great blow to everyone. Not long after, the emperor became very ill. He lay sick and cold in his beautiful bed. He was all alone. Everyone had left him to go to the next emperor. Then, you are all I have left. Precious little bird, sing to me, sing to me. But there was no one to wind up the toy nightingale, so it could not sing. Suddenly, the real nightingale You have come back to me.
I heard you were ill. I came back to comfort you.
The real nightingale began to sing, and at once the emperor felt stronger. Little bird, how can I ever repay you? I have had my reward. I have seen tears come to your eyes when I sing. Lie back now, Your Highness. I will sing you to sleep. When you awake in the morning, you will be well again.
When morning came, the nightingale was still singing.
Dear nightingale, you must always stay with me. I will break the toy bird to pieces. Please don't do that, Your Highness. It is not to blame for what happened. And I cannot stay with you. I do not like to live in a palace. My home is in a tree, but I will come to visit you. I will sit on a branch outside your window and sing you sweet songs. Thank you, gentle nightingale. You will make me happy whenever you come. Then the nightingale flew away, and the emperor went out to greet his people. Good morning. Why, he is well again. The emperor stayed well and happy, but never was he as happy as when through his open window he heard the song of the nightingale.
The end.
The Nightingale by Hans Christian Andersen.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Aesop's Fables, The Fox and the Crow.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
One day, a crow found a piece of cheese. She flew to a tree so that she could eat it. But that looks like a tasty piece of cheese. If I am clever, perhaps I can get it for my dinner. How lovely you look, dear crow, with your shiny black wings and your strong claws. The crow liked what the fox said. Then, I hear that you have a lovely voice. Would you sing to me so that I can hear how sweet your voice really is? The crow opened her mouth to show off her voice. And down fell the cheese. Remember, dear crow, you should not listen to people who tell you things you know are not true. The end. Aesop's Fables, The Fox and the Crow.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Gallant Tailor.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Once upon a time, there lived a poor tailor who sewed from morning till night in his little shop. One day, while he was working,
Good morning, tailor. Have you heard the news?
No, my friend. What has happened?
the king has offered a reward to anyone who can capture the two wicked giants who roam the forest.
And what is the reward?
Half his kingdom and the princess hand in marriage. Now goodbye, I must be off to spread the news. The tailor thought for a moment. Then I will close my shop and go and seek my fortune. This old piece of cheese is all that I have left. I will take it with me. Now I am off to win the hand of the princess and half the kingdom. The little tailor started out in the direction of the forest. Soon, look at this poor little bird caught in the bush. In a moment. Now, little bird, you can take a ride in my pocket. The tailor continued cheerfully on his way. Suddenly,
Where do you think you are going, little man?
I am going to seek my fortune. Please let me pass.
Only people stronger than I am can pass.
I can prove I am stronger than you.
Can you let me see if you can squeeze a stone harder than I can?
The giant squeezed the stone so hard that water came out of it. When the giant wasn't looking, the tailor took the piece of cheese out of his pocket. He squeezed it until the milk ran out. You see, giant, I am just as strong as you are. That was very good. Now, let me see you throw a stone higher than I can. The giant stone went so high it was nearly out of sight. Your stone fell back to the ground. When I throw a stone, it goes so high that it never comes back. The tailor threw the little bird into the air, and away it flew. There is no doubt that you can squeeze and throw. Now let me see you carry. See if you can lift this tree with me. If you will take the trunk on your shoulders, I will lift the branches, which are much heavier. The giant did not know he was carrying the big tree all by himself.
In a little while,
Oh, this is too heavy for me. Let us put it down. Quickly, the tailor jumped to the ground. You are a very weak giant. I am surprised you could not carry your end of the tree. You are certainly very strong for your size. Now, how would you like some cherries? Help yourself to some fruit, my friend. The giant suddenly let go of the branch. It sprang back, taking the tailor with it. Ho, ho, ho! Haven't you the strength to hold onto a weak branch? Certainly, I have the strength. I was just showing you how high I can jump. Now let me see you jump over the tree. The giant leapt into the air. Help! Help! I am stuck in the branches. Help me down! Ha ha ha! You must help yourself down. I am going to seek my fortune. And off went the tailor. That was a nice, friendly giant. Now I am near the forest where the wicked giants live. I will have to capture them in order to win the hand of the princess and half the kingdom. The tailor soon found the giants. They seem to be taking their afternoon nap. That is very good for me. The tailor filled his pockets with stones. Then the giants will not be able to see me, hidden among the branches. The tailor dropped a stone on one of the giants. The giant awoke with a start. Why are you hitting me? I didn't hit you. You must be dreaming. Go back to sleep. The giants fell asleep again. Soon, there goes the second stone. And? Why did you throw this stone at me? I threw no stone. Now let me sleep in peace. The giants went back to sleep. And there goes the third stone. This has gone far enough. I'll teach you to throw stones at me. The giants started to fight. They soon knocked each other out. The tailor tied them up with their own rope. And he went off to see the king. Your Majesty, I have captured the two wicked giants who live in the forest. Do I get my reward of half of the kingdom and your daughter's hand? And what do you do, young man, when you are not capturing giants? I am a tailor. What? He is only a poor tailor. I do not want him to marry my daughter. Then, young man, you are very brave to capture the two giants. But there is something else you must do before I let you marry my daughter. You must really prove how brave you are. You must capture the unicorn who lives in the forest and frightens my people. After catching two giants, it will be easy to catch a unicorn. Taking a rope and an axe, the tailor set off for the forest. Then, here comes the fierce unicorn. I will stand right in front of this tree. The unicorn charged at the tailor. When the unicorn was almost on top of him, the tailor quickly jumped behind the tree. Now you are trapped, unicorn! You are coming with me to see the king. The people cheered as the tailor marched back to the palace. What a brave young man! He has captured the unicorn. He will surely win the princess's hand. And again the tailor stood before the king. Now may I marry the princess? He does these things so easily. Surely there must be something I can ask for that will be impossible to do. Then, before you can marry the princess, there is just one more thing I will ask of you. There is a terrible wild boar roaming the forest. Capture him, and the princess is yours. I have already captured 2 giants and a unicorn. It will be easy to capture a wild boar. And the tailor marched off again. The wild boar is very dangerous. Even the king's huntsmen cannot catch it. Good luck, young man. In the forest! I will go toward that little house. As the tailor came near the house, the wild boar crept up behind him. But the tailor turned around and saw him. He ran to the house with the boar right behind him. The tailor ran through the house and leapt out the window. But the boar got stuck in the door.
I have captured the wild boar. Now the king cannot refuse to give me my reward.
And so the tailor married the princess and became ruler of half the kingdom. And the tailor and his wife and the king and all the people lived happily ever after. The end. The Gallant Tailor.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Windy Nights. From A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson. Ships come sailing by.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
I saw 3 ships come sailing by, come sailing by, come sailing by. I saw 3 ships come sailing by on New Year's Day in the morning.
I saw 3 ships come sailing by, sailing by, sailing by. I saw 3 ships come sailing by on New Year's Day in the morning.
And what do you think was in them then?
Was in them then, was in them then. And what do you think was in them then?
On New Year's Day in the morning.
And what do you think was in them then? In them then, in them then. And what do you think was in them then? On New Year's Day in the morning.
3 pretty girls were in them then.
Were in them then. Were in them then. 3 pretty girls were in them then on New Year's Day in the morning.
3 pretty girls were in them then, in them then, in them then. 3 pretty girls were in them then on New Year's Day in the morning.
I saw 3 ships come sailing by.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Aesop's Fables, The Raven and the Swan.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
One day, 2 black ravens saw a swan floating on a lake.
Look at that swan. He is as white as snow.
No wonder. You would be white too if you spent the whole day washing yourself in the water.
Do you really think so? I will try it.
Don't be foolish. If you were meant to have white feathers, you would have been born with them.
But the silly raven would not listen to his friend.
Farewell. The next time you see me, I will have beautiful white feathers.
And so the raven left his home, where he had always found plenty to eat, and went to live by the lake.
I am sure my feathers will turn white in no time at all.
He washed himself from morning till night, but nothing happened.
I can't understand it. I have been washing myself every day for a week, but my feathers are still black.
He found nothing to eat down by the lake. He grew hungrier and hungrier.
I can't stand it any longer. I will starve if I stay here.
So the raven was forced to fly back home.
Well, friend, I see you are just as black as ever.
Yes, it is foolish to do things only because others do them. What is best for a swan may not be at all good for a raven.
The end.
Aesop's Fables, The Raven and the Swan.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Wild Swans by Hans Christian Andersen.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Once there was a king who had 11 sons and 1 daughter, Elise. One day,
My children, it has been 3 years since your mother died. I am going to take a new wife.
the new queen was very, very mean.
I don't think she likes me.
I don't think she likes any of us.
The children were right. A few days later,
Elise, I am going to send you to the country to live. You must stay there 5 years.
Oh, please don't send me away.
But
the queen was really a wicked witch. As soon as Elise was gone, she changed the 11 brothers into 11 wild swans.
Fly far, far away.
Elise did not know what happened to her brothers. She lived in the country for 5 years. Then it was time for her to return to the palace.
How sorry I am that you must leave us.
The wicked queen was waiting for her.
Oh, how beautiful she is. I must get rid of her.
The queen prepared a bath for Elise. Then she took 3 frogs.
One of you sit upon her head. That will make her lazy. The second one sit upon her heart. That will make her mean. And you sit upon her forehead. That will make her ugly.
But when Elise got into the water,
The frogs have changed into roses. My magic does not work on Elise.
the queen found another way to make Elise look ugly.
What are you putting on me?
It is only walnut juice. It will not hurt you.
Then the queen mussed up Elise's hair and sent her in to see the king. Out of my sight, you ugly girl, I will not have you for my daughter. Elise was so unhappy that she ran away into the forest.
If only I had my brothers to help me. I must find out where they are.
She stopped at a pond for a drink of water.
Oh, how ugly my stepmother made me.
Elise washed off the walnut juice. Then she continued sadly on her way. Soon she met an old woman.
Have you seen 11 princes riding in the woods?
No, but I saw 11 wild swans swimming in a stream near here. They had golden crowns on their heads.
The old woman led Elise to the place where she had seen the swans.
Wait until the sun goes down. Perhaps they will come again.
Thank you. You are very kind.
And just before sunset,
Here they come. I will hide behind the trees and watch them.
the moment that the sun disappeared, the 11 swans turned into 11 handsome princes.
My brothers.
Elise was delighted to see her brothers again. They told Elise what the wicked queen had done to them. In the daytime, we are swans, but after the sun goes down, we become men again.
We don't live here. We live in a beautiful country, far, far away. We come here only once a year. Tomorrow we fly back home.
Oh, take me with you. Do not leave me here alone.
So the brothers made a great net to carry Elise, and the next morning, as the sun began to set,
I see it now. There is the beautiful country in which you live.
the swans landed in front of a cave. That night, the brothers made a soft bed for Elise inside the cave. Sleep well, dear Elise.
If I could only dream of a way to save all of you.
And that night, a fairy came to Elise in a dream.
Do you see this nettle? It grows outside of the cave. You must gather it. Then you must crush it with your feet and make it into thread. Weave this thread into 11 coats. Throw these coats over your brothers, and they will never be swans again. But you must not speak a word to anyone until you have finished these coats. Otherwise, your brothers will never be saved.
When Elise woke the next morning, her brothers had flown away for the day. She ran outside and...
Here are the nettles, just as the fairy said.
The nettle stung her hands.
Oh, how painful this is.
But Elise did not let the pain stop her. All day long she worked, and that evening...
What are you doing, Elise?
Elise did not answer. What is wrong, Elise? Why don't you speak? Look, she is weaving something. She must be trying to save us. That is why she does not speak. Elise worked all night. The next morning, her brothers again flew away, and Elise kept working.
How happy I am. I have finished one coat already.
She went outside to pick more nettles.
What is that noise? It sounds like hunting horns.
Elise ran back into the cave to hide.
I must not let anyone see what I am doing.
A few minutes later, a huge dog appeared. The dog was followed by a king and his hunting party.
What a beautiful girl!
What are you doing here, fair maiden? The king asked many questions, but Elise did not answer them. It does not matter. She is so beautiful, I will make her my wife. And so Elise was put on the king's horse. Do not weep. I will try to make you happy. When the brothers returned that night, someone has taken Elise away.
We will not rest until we find her.
At the king's palace, Elise was dressed in beautiful robes.
How strange it is that she cannot talk.
All she does is cry.
Then she was taken before the king. All the people in the court admired her. She is beautiful. No wonder the king fell in love with her. But one person did not like Elise. He was the king's chief minister.
Your Majesty, there is something strange about this girl. She may be a witch.
Nonsense. She is too beautiful to be a witch. Then, come, my dear, I have something to show you. It will make you very happy. The king had prepared a room to look just like the cave. The nettles and thread and the finished coat had all been brought there. Here you will feel at home. You may continue the strange work you were doing when I found you. Elise was so happy that she kissed the king's hand. And the king and Elise were married.
The king was very kind to Elise. She loved him very much.
If only I could tell him about my brothers. But I cannot.
Each night, Elise went to the cave room and worked on the magic codes. And each night, while Elise was busy at her work, the king's minister whispered evil words about her.
This wife of yours is up to something. I am sure she is a witch.
Go away! I will not listen to you.
Then, one night,
Oh dear, the nettles are all used up. I will have to go out and find more.
She hurried quietly out of the palace.
I hope no one sees me.
But someone did see her. It was the king's minister.
he followed her and watched what she did.
I was right. She must be a witch.
The minister went back to the palace and knocked at the king's door.
Your Majesty, I have something important to tell you.
The minister told the king what he had seen. I don't believe you. Leave me at once.
But the king was troubled.
If she is not a witch, why does she do these strange things? What if the minister is right? A few days later.
There, the 10th coat is finished. Now I have only one more to make.
But again Elise found that all the nettles were gone.
I must go out to the fields for more.
Again the minister saw her. He called the king. Can it be true that she is a witch? The king and the minister followed Elise to the fields. It must be true. Oh, how unhappy I am. The next morning. Last night I saw you doing things only a witch would do. Tomorrow you will be sent away to prison. You must stay there forever. Elise was locked in a little room in the tower of the palace. Here are your nettles for a pillow. And here are the coats you made. You can use them for a blanket. Elise was happy that she could go on with her work.
Perhaps I can still save my brothers.
Suddenly, she heard a sound at the window.
It sounds like the rustle of swans' wings.
She rushed to the window.
Oh, my dear brothers, you have found me at last.
Knowing that her brothers were near gave Elise new courage.
I must finish this last coat. I must.
When night came, the brothers tried to think of a way to save Elise. If only the king will see us, we can tell him everything. An hour before sunrise, the brothers appeared at the gates. Let us in. We must see the king.
Go away. The king is sleeping.
For a whole hour, the brothers begged the gatekeeper to let them in. Then, who is making all that noise down there?
Your Majesty, there are 11 young men at the gate. They are begging to see you.
But when the gatekeeper led the king to the gate, "They are gone! Where did those swans come from? I never saw such beautiful swans before." A little while later, Elise was brought down to the courtyard. "This cart will carry you to prison." Even in the cart, Elise went on with her work.
If only I can finish this last coat before they take them all away from me.
Outside the palace, the people waited to look at Elise. There she is. She is still doing her evil work. As Elise rode to the prison, the 11 swans suddenly flew down. "What is this? Run back and tell the king about the swans." Just as Elise reached the prison, the king came riding up. The prison guard came forward.
"Come into the prison with you."
But Elise had finished the last coat. Quickly, she threw one over each of the swans. And the spell was broken.
Now I can speak. I am innocent. I am not a witch.
The king rushed forward, but before he could reach her, Elise fainted. Then the oldest brother explained how Elise had been silent to save her brothers. As he spoke, a hedge of roses sprang up all around the cart. At the top of the hedge was one pure white blossom. The king plucked it and carried it to Elise. "This flower is as pure as your heart." Elise awoke.
Now I may speak to you at last.
They all returned to the castle, and there the king and Elise and her brothers all lived happily ever after. The end. The Wild Swans by Hans Christian Andersen.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Wind, from A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
I saw you toss the kites on high and blow the birds about the sky. And all around I heard you pass like ladies' skirts across the grass.
I saw you toss the kites on high and blow the birds about the sky. And all around I heard you pass like ladies' skirts across the grass.
O wind, a blowing all day long, O wind that sings so loud a song.
Oh, wind a blowing all day long. Oh, wind that sings so loud a song.
I saw the different things you did, but always you yourself you hid. I felt you push, I heard you call, I could not see yourself at all.
I saw the different things you did, but always you yourself you hid. I felt you push, I heard you call, I could not see yourself at all.
O wind, a blowing all day long, O wind, that sings so loud a song.
Oh, wind a blowing all day long, oh, wind that sings so loud a song.
O you that are so strong and cold, O blower, are you young or old? Are you a beast of field and tree, or just a stronger child than me?
You that are so strong and cold, oh blower, are you young or old? Are you a beast of field and tree, or just a stronger child than me?
O wind, a blowing all day long, O wind that sings so loud a song.
Oh, wind a blowing all day long, oh, wind that sings so loud a song.
The Wind, from A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
A cat came fiddling.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
A cat came fiddling out of a barn with a pair of bagpipes under her arm.
A cat came a-fiddling out of a barn with a pair of bagpipes under her arm.
She could sing nothing but fiddle-dee-dee. The mouse has married the bumblebee.
She could sing nothing but fiddle-dee-dee. The mouse has married the bumblebee.
Pipe, cat, dance, mouse. We'll have a wedding at our good house.
Pipe, cat, dance, mouse. We'll have a wedding at our good house.
A cat came fiddling out of a barn with a pair of bagpipes under her arm. She could sing nothing but fiddle-dee-dee. The mouse has married the bumblebee. Pipe, cat, dance, mouse. We'll have a wedding at our good house.
A cat came a-fiddling out of a barn with a pair of bagpipes under her arm. She could sing nothing but fiddle-dee-dee. The mouse has married the bumblebee. Pipe, cat, dance, mouse. We'll have a wedding at our good house.
A cat came fiddling.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Ding dong bell.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Ding dong bell. Pussy's in the well. Who put her in? Little Johnny Green. Who pulled her out? Little Johnny Stout.
Ding dong bell, pussy in the well. Who put her in? Little Johnny Thin. Who pulled her out? Little Tommy Stout.
Ding dong bell. Pussy's in the well. Who put her in? Little Johnny Green. Who pulled her out? Little Johnny Stout.
Ding dong bell, pussy in the well. Who put her in? Little Johnny Thin. Who pulled her out? Little Tommy Stout.
Ding dong bell.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
The Little Mermaid, based on The Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen.
Read and presented by George Pitropogiannakis.
Once upon a time, far under the sea where the water is clear and blue, there lived the Mer people. They had tails instead of legs and could swim about like fish. They were ruled by a mer king who lived in a wonderful coral palace.